morning. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Right now, we are sitting at 76 degrees. Pretty warmish out there, and we have a slight chance of thunderstorms today. Stick around. Stefano DiPietro will have the weather for you right after the news. There is more rain expected, though, today in central Texas. That's where 82 people are confirmed dead and dozens are still missing after a flash flood along the Guadalupe River. ABC's Jim Ryan says that people who live in that part of the state were cautiously watching the sky as they search for more victims.
People around Texas know this scenic region as the Hill Country. Those who live here have another nickname for it, Flash Flood Alley. Governor Greg Abbott says rising water is a fact of life around here.
There's the potential for flash flooding, but there's no expectation of a water wall of almost 30 feet high.
And that's what communities like Kerrville, Comfort, and Center Point were faced with before dawn on Friday. The death count has surged past 70. Jim Ryan, ABC News, San Antonio.
Meantime, YAPAC is preparing to send help to that region. Its founder tells Channel 4 that she's from Southeast Texas, so for her, this is personal.
It's been heartbreaking ever since. The words that were coming out of people's mouth were, "This is like another Helene."
YAPAC has a warehouse in Clarksville and one in Southeast Texas. And if you'd like to donate, you can check their website to find out what items are in need. There's an arrest warrant out for a former Tennessee Vols wide receiver. Grant Firking is charged with theft by deception for taking money but failing to deliver to customers of his mulch company in Georgia. Channel 4's Jeremy Finley reports.
I'm really mad.
Rob Rainey can sympathize. He had to pay for all this mulch in his backyard in Gwinnett County twice after he told police he first paid $600 for mulch from this Nashville man, Grant Firking. But after he paid that $600, the mulch was never delivered.
It was just so callous. And he seemed like such a good kid.
Now, Firking has also been evicted from 2 condo properties here in the Gulch that he owned with his wife. His lawyers say he will turn himself into police this week. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Tesla shares fell around 7% in pre-market trading after Elon Musk said that he would form a new political party that he calls the America Party. The billionaire's involvement in politics has been a point of contention for investors. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that President Trump will begin sending letters to some trading partners, saying that the tariffs will boomerang back to April 2nd levels if there's no progress in talks by August 1st, while saying that the timeline is not firm and that could still give countries more time to negotiate. Bessent said on CNN that he does expect to see several big announcements over the next couple of days. Stock futures in the red with the Dow futures down 27, NASDAQ futures down 113, S&P futures are losing 23 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a stalled out car this morning. It's on Briley Parkway, the westbound lanes before Brick Church Pike, exit 17, and it's taken out the right lane there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to a Monday, July 7th. And there is, I know I say it every morning, there's a lot going on. But today I really mean it, just like every other day. The horrific flooding in Texas is where we are going to start for a number of different reasons. Number one is because it is clearly one of, if not the top stories of the day. But number two is that the Democrats, I know you'll be shocked by this, they are using tragedy to attack Donald Trump. So that is where we begin, because there is a lot of misinformation, a lot of fake news that the left is reporting about this tragedy. Now, right now, the flooding in Texas, we have, I think I heard, Joan, between 70 and 75 people dead. There's still a lot missing as well. A lot of these people that have passed on, their kids. Horrible, horrible story. I've seen various figures. It is horrifying.
The death toll is at 82 right now.
82?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, I mean, dozens of people are still missing.
Yeah. I mean, this death toll I heard over the weekend could end up over 100 easily. Yeah. So, and if you haven't heard the stories about the torrential rain, the massive flooding, a bunch of girls at a camp were swept away. Many of those killed were children. This did happen Friday night in South Central Texas. You had the Guadalupe River rise very quickly and in the middle of the night. And the stories that we're hearing from these kids are just terrifying.
My brother here, he had to swim out of his cabin. The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk and one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I mean, I want you to think about this. I mean, these kids are like 10, 11 years old, and they're woken up in the middle of the night to all of this flooding. They're in their cabin, and the waters are rising and rising. They're literally up in the rafters, clinging for dear life. Some of them are on in other parts of the camp. They're on their mattresses as the mattresses on the water continue to rise up toward the ceiling. It is horrifying. And so as the water is raging in, they only had really one choice, some of these kids, and that is to swim out of the cabin. Now, I want you to think about this. These are little kids. Somewhere around 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and so on. Just a whole bunch of different age ranges. And some of these kids may not have been taught to swim yet. But honestly, it may not have mattered. I saw one story where it is estimated, listen to this, how bad was it? One story estimated, local media, that 100 billion gallons of water fell on Texas in this area in this time period. That is more than the Niagara Falls daily flow. That's how much we're talking about. Now, the river went from 1 foot to 34 feet in a matter of just a few hours.
I'm one of the campers from Camp Lahana, one of the camps that flooded, and I had a firsthand view of the flood, and the cabins were flooding and the walls were they broke down. And all of the campers in those cabins had to go up on the rafters, and they had to wait there until they could swim out. But on the way here, we saw all of the other camps destroyed, obliterated.
I mean, you have a lot of victims, obviously. You also have a lot of incredible stories and heroes. So I'm going to talk about the good guys for a second. I want to talk about the heroes. You have one security person, guy named Glenn, who was at Camp Mystic, who saved a ton of people, including kids. He was overnight security. This guy, Glenn, he was the overnight security guy at Camp Mystic. And he kept the girls inside what's known as the wiggle room, and he kept them floating on mattresses. Their heads actually, I want you to think about this, their heads actually hitting the ceiling. That's how high these waters were. Now, thankfully, in this particular room, the waters did recede. You also have another story of a young girl who had been found alive. Maybe you've seen the story. She was dragged 12 miles in this raging, deep, muddy water before she was able to cling to a tree. And she was there for hours. They finally found her. They saw her legs dangling from the tree, and they were able to rescue her after, again, she had been dragged for 12 miles. There is the story of a Coast Guard, a rescue swimmer named Scott Ruskin, who is said to have saved, I kid you not, 165 people. Scott Ruskin saved 165 people. This guy, I kid you not, he is a former accountant. This was his first rescue mission, and he helped get survivors to safety. Just an amazing story. So in the midst of all of this great tragedy, where incredible people come out there and they're doing amazing things to help the victims, to save people, we do see the best of what America has to offer. Then we see the worst of us.
And you know, when the president guts all of the early warning systems and the weathering forecast abilities of the government, these are the results that we're going to start to see.
This is, of course, Rosie O'Donnell.
On a daily basis, because he's put this country in so much danger by his horrible, horrible decisions and this ridiculously immoral bill that he just signed into law. As Republicans cheered, people will die as a result, and they've started already. Shame on him. Shame on every GOP sycophant who's listening and following the disastrous decisions of this mentally incapacitated POTUS.
So that was, again, Rosie O'Donnell. This was CNN. Of course, remember, not everyone is rescued, and they're still trying to find folks, and all of this insanity is unfolding. And you've got Rosie O'Donnell directly blaming Donald Trump, and, of course, CNN doing the same thing.
2 Texas National Weather Service offices involved in forecasting and warning about flooding on the Guadalupe River are missing some key staff members. A director of the NWS union told CNN that the Austin San Antonio office is missing a warning coordination meteorologist due to the Trump administration's buyouts. Do you have any indication whether those or other cuts helped play a role in the fact that the people in the flood zone were not prepared and certainly not evacuated?
I can't say that conclusively. I don't think it's helpful to have missing key personnel.
So you had CNN and all these people blaming Donald Trump. Have you seen what social media looked like when all of this was going on? I'm just going to read a few. Just to give you a flavor of what was going on. One person said, I'm kind of happy that the National Weather Service gave incorrect predictions when it came to how much rain would fall, especially since the best and brightest from that organization were let go due to Doge, Elon, and Trump. Texas deserves the flooding. Another one. The people in Texas voted for government services controlled by Donald Trump and Greg Abbott. That is exactly what they're getting. Here's another one. Good. I'm glad. Did it take Rogan with it too? I can only hope, Joe Rogan. Texas deserves it. It's God's will, of course. That's what God would have wanted, right, Republicans? Ha, ha, ha. My empathy for these redneck reject states is zero. So blank 'em. I hope more come. Let's start the hurricanes. Another one. It's not awful. It's what Texas deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, the anti-Trump movement. And it is horrifying what people are saying about this terrible situation in Texas. And here's the other thing, is that it's all a lie. Rosie O'Donnell was wrong. CNN was wrong. All of these people on social media were wrong as well. I've got what happened really coming up next. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still working a scene this morning with a stalled out car on Briley Parkway, westbound lanes before Brick Church Pike. And it takes out the right lane this morning. And just keep in mind that the holiday from T-Dot construction from closed lanes, that's over as of this morning at 6 o'clock. So at about 45 minutes from now, they are allowed to start construction again. You may not see it quite that quickly, but just once again, the break that we're getting right now is going to be over at 6 o'clock this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather today, a high of about 92, going to feel like 97, possible thunderstorms as well. So I just read all of this horrific and presented to you a lot of the horrific things that have been reported regarding what happened in Texas. Now, what is factual is we've got 82 that are dead. We've still got dozens missing. And this is something that is horrifying, to say the least. What is not true is that Donald Trump was responsible. Hate to get the facts in the way of a great talking point, but as the left and CNN and all these other folks are saying that Donald Trump gutted the National Weather Service, and that's why all of this happened, here's what actually happened. The Associated Press is reporting that the National Weather Service had extra staff on duty when this happened. Warnings had been sent out for hours beforehand. They say flash flood warnings had gone out. Many flash flood warnings had gone out. The question is this, and it's incredibly sad. In the middle of the night, was anyone watching their phones? These kind of floods do happen, sadly, a lot, especially in Texas. The most serious of warnings came at 4:03 in the morning when a flood emergency was called. So the National Weather Service, they had forecasting offices that were operating normally at the time of this disaster, says Greg Waller with the National Weather Service. From the Texas Tribune, at least one independent meteorologist working in Texas echoed the statement of the National Weather Service, writing on his website that we have seen absolutely nothing to suggest that current staffing or budget issues within NOAA and the National Weather Service played any role at all in this event. And this has happened before. This region has had massive flooding, 1987, 2002, 2007, and 2015. And now another one here in 2025. So, yeah, incredibly sad. If you want to, by the way, read that Texas Tribune article, you can find it on my X at Dan Manda Show. And if there's anything to learn from this, I think it's got to be that the warnings were sent out. The warnings were absolutely sent out. They also, by the way, just so you know, they did have flooding. I don't know if it was predicted, but they were certainly cognizant that they were going to get a lot of rain. And so it's one of those situations where, okay, what can we learn from this? Is there anything we can take away from this terrible tragedy? Well, yeah, the one thing that we can take away is that there's got to be somebody monitoring, because it looks like nobody was monitoring. That's what it looks like. Nobody was monitoring the flood watches and the warnings and the emergency flood warnings and all that. Nobody was monitoring it. And so that is clearly, at least it seems to me, that is what happened. And so now what they do next is they've got to figure out, okay, so there was a hole. There is something that that wasn't being monitored. Now, how do we fix that so that this doesn't happen again? And I don't know how you do that. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you figure out. Maybe it's one person has to stay up all night and watch the warnings and watch the watches and watches the river, and all of those things needs to happen. Bottom line, though, is that terrible tragedy, and I think the Democrats doing what they tried to do, which is, of course, capitalize on it politically, I think for a lot of people watching this over the weekend had to be just horrified by what the Democrats and CNN and a lot of these other folks did, which was try to blame Donald Trump. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. You know what's shocking about all this, Joan?
What's that?
Rosie O'Donnell still has that post up.
She does.
where she was blaming Trump for this whole thing when it turns out that all of the various, weather agencies were fully staffed. The National Weather Service was fully staffed. They sent out the warnings. Everything was done according to protocol. So Trump didn't do anything wrong here. And you would think that the likes of Rosie O'Donnell and, some of these other folks that are trying to blame this on Donald Trump, you would think that they would at least have the decency to take their post down. Of course, though, they won't, because that would be admitting that they were wrong.
I think Dana Bash is probably it's the most egregious sin for her, to push the narrative, to push it to millions of people. Well, I wouldn't say CNN has millions, but to the many people who watch CNN, that was just a disgusting rant.
Well, and these things, they don't age well, right?
Yes.
And so when all of a sudden you find out, oh, wait, so the National Weather Service was fully staffed?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. They did send the alarm?
Yeah.
And I loved Rosie O'Donnell's quote where I think she said something like, Trump's pulling the alarms down. No, he's not.
Oh, my gosh.
It's just so dumb. So incredibly dumb.
It's insane.
Anyway, all right. Oh, and speaking of, don't do it now.
Okay.
But have you heard about the Epstein files?
Yeah, I have.
All right, we'll talk about that at 5:35. It is 5:22. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, we've got an update on that Central Texas flash flooding disaster. Also, TDOT is out with a warning about some rolling roadblocks on a major road. Those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so the Daily Dan poll of the day. Joan, did you see what Congressman Andy Ogles did?
Oh, yes. Jeez.
What a kiss ass. Can we just enough with Andy? I mean, sorry, but dude. So he has reached out to the Secretary of the Interior, and he wants to put Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore. Now, he's serious about this. Like, he wants to put Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore. Now, I'm telling you this, and I say that he's a kiss ass because it's just same dude that wanted to give Donald Trump 3 terms, right? So there may be a moment in time where Donald Trump belongs on Mount Rushmore. But I think that 6 months into his second term is a little early. But I may be wrong. But look, if you're going to put somebody on Mount Rushmore and you want to put a conservative up there, Ronald Reagan, okay, that's what I would say, Ronald Reagan. Maybe Donald Trump at some point, but he's only had 1 term and 6 months of a second term. And so to me, it just over the top, it feels like to me. And listen, I'm a big, big, big Donald Trump supporter, but it's like, dude, really? 6 months into a second term? So that is the Daily Dan poll. And some of you folks may rebuke me and say, oh, Mandis, he belongs on Mount Rushmore. Start carving it out now. Okay. So the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube. And the question is, does President Trump belong on Mount Rushmore? So the 3 options are now, maybe later, or never. So I want to know what people are saying. I'm going to go ahead and take the poll right now so I can see where people are at. I'm going to say maybe later, all right, maybe later, which will give me the 33% say now, maybe later, 49% never says 18. So we might have a pretty good, pretty good poll here, Joan Jones. Maybe some disagreement as well. I don't know. You got an opinion on this?
Maybe later. I'm all for
you
that.
give it to me later then. Maybe at 5:35 you'll tell me when the late.
Maybe he should be on the
got it.
Mount Rushmore later.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
It is 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning now, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The death toll now at 82 after flash flooding in the central part of Texas. More than 40 people are still missing. ABC's Allison Kosick says that the owner of the girls' Christian camp at the center of the flooding there has reportedly died after he was trying to save those girls.
Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, if he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for. Once was lost, but now I'm found. On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation.
Now, among the girls who died, Janie Hunt, the 9-year-old cousin of Kansas City Chiefs owner Clark Hunt. More rain is expected there today. 3 people were hit by gunfire during the downtown Nashville Let Freedom Sing celebration. Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
Metro Police say a woman was waiting on a shuttle near 7th Avenue and Broadway when she was hit in her chest. Another woman was getting into a ride share on Demumbrian Street when she felt something hit her face, and a man was hit in the foot. All 3 were treated at Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
More than 360,000 people attended that event. If you're an I-40 commuter, got a heads up for you. The Tennessee Department of Transportation plans to replace an overhead sign. So it's announcing overnight lane closures in both directions from exit 201 to exit 204. Beginning tonight through Wednesday. Now, these will be rolling roadblocks from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., and what they're doing is replacing the trusses that hold the sign up after it was struck by a truck earlier this year. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like things are moving well now on the major roadways heading in. Now, we see no big delays here on 40, on 65 heading in. 24 even looks like it has no delays so far that we normally see starting in the Laverne area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to a Monday, July 7th of 2025. I don't know about you, Joan, but it's a little hard to get back into the swing of things.
Oh, my goodness. After a 4-day weekend.
After a 4-day weekend, it is not easy indeed, but here we are. All right, so real quick, I'm not even sure what to say about this, other than after many, many, many years of talking about Epstein not committing suicide and the Epstein client list, the FBI has now come out and said that Epstein was not murdered and there's no client list. This is like an official thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's two ways to look at this. And this is Axios reporting this, by the way. But there's a couple of different ways to report this, of course. You know, number one, you sit here and you're like when I woke up this morning and I saw this, I was absolutely dumbfounded, because it's like all we have been hearing, all we've been hearing all this time is...
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed, because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
And apparently we won't be. I mean, Pam Bondi has been all over this for like years.
Tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now.
So the exclusive from Axios, the headline is, DOJ and FBI conclude Epstein had no client list and died by suicide. Now, there's two ways to look at this. You could say that this whole thing has been nothing but a conspiracy theory for years, and it had absolutely no teeth. And all these people, by the way, including Dan Bongino, including Pam Bondi, including Kash Patel, and many other people that spent years as guests on talk shows and talk show hosts screaming about the Epstein client list. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And he was murdered, don't you know? He did not commit suicide. And these are the ones that are putting this, this story to rest. And so it's just kind of stunning to me. And I don't know. It's either these folks were way off base for years, spouting off, talking about, the client list and all this other stuff when none of this ever existed, or they're lying. I don't know how to, I don't know what my reaction to this should be. I'm shocked that there is no client list. I'm shocked that now all these folks that had spent years talking about the client list and that Epstein was murdered are now coming out and saying, never mind. What happened?
Want to hear what I'm seeing online?
What are you seeing online?
And this is totally conspiracy theory stuff, but it's what people are talking about. Benjamin Netanyahu is coming to the U.S. today.
Yep.
And they released this overnight on a Sunday night. This is when the FBI released this information that there's no client list and he killed himself. So many people have said that the whole Epstein thing was a Mossad. It was designed by the Mossad. And so they're doing this to satisfy Benjamin Netanyahu before he makes it into the doors of the White House today.
Because they were compromising leaders across the world.
Yes.
Through Epstein. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
I don't believe, here's what I'm going to say to that. I don't believe that Pam Bondi or Kash Patel or Dan Bongino, I don't believe that they would allow something like that to happen, Joan, if that was going on. I don't believe that they would. I think that they've got integrity. I mean, maybe they were wrong on all this, but I don't believe if Dan Bongino, for example, if he saw that something like this was going on, where it was a Mossad operation and, all of this was actually true, but they're going to say that it's not true. I don't believe that Bongino or Pam Bondi or Kash Patel would engage in such a cover-up. I don't. Am I being naive to this?
Well, after listening to Pam Bondi talk about, I've got it on my desk, it's going to make it, I'm dealing with it right now, don't you feel scammed already?
Yeah, I mean, for years, Bongino spoke about this. For years, Kash Patel, and I've been talking about all this, when Trump brought in Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, they're well known on the talk show circuit as great guests or great hosts. And so when they came into office, it's like, okay, so there's a big difference between talking about it and sitting in that chair. And so I don't believe that they would engage in a cover-up. I don't. And again, maybe I'm naive, but I have too much respect for Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino to believe what they're saying online. I don't believe that they would engage in that.
And if it wasn't such a big orchestrated deal, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison right now for 20 years or whatever she got sentenced to?
Yeah. By the way, the other thing that they did, they released 11 hours of video in front of Jeffrey Epstein's, I guess, cell and the guard area, so that you could see nobody went in to murder the guy. Nobody went in and nobody went out. He clearly, they will say, committed suicide because nobody walked in. So I don't know if you're on the super text line, because we already have a Daily Dan pull up right now. Maybe we'll change it in a couple of hours. But I want to know from people, do you believe this? What is your reaction to this? Do you believe that all of a sudden, after all this time and all this talk, there's nothing? Because it does feel very suspicious to me. Here's what they say. This is from Axios. President Trump's Justice Department and FBI have concluded they have no evidence that convicted sex offender and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered, according to a memo detailing the findings obtained by Axios. The administration is releasing a video in both raw and enhanced versions that it says indicates no one entered the area of the Manhattan prison where Epstein was held the night he died in 2019. The video supports a medical examiner's finding that Epstein died by suicide, the two-page memo claims. Axios says why it matters. The findings represent the first time Trump administration has officially contradicted conspiracy theories about Epstein's activities and his death, theories that had been pushed by the FBI's top 2 officials before Trump appointed them to the Bureau. For the record, I have not actually read this, but they're backing up what I said on Axios.
Mm-hmm.
As social media influencers and activists, Kash Patel, now the FBI's director, and Dan Bongino, now deputy director, were among those in MAGA world who questioned the official version of how Epstein died. I would give whatever I could to be in a room when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino were like, wait, they found nothing? There's nothing? We've been talking about this for years. Can you imagine that?
No.
Patel and Bongino have since said Epstein killed himself, but it has become an article of faith online, especially on the right, that Epstein's crimes also... I mean, Marsha Blackburn. Senator Marsha Blackburn, she has been on this for how long? I want to know what she thinks about all of this.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Because was she going to come out and she going to be like, well, that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So were they lying then or are they lying now? The memo says no one else involved in the Epstein case will be charged. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is serving a 20-year sentence for child sex trafficking and related offenses. I mean, they go on. So, as I'm reading this whole Axios thing, they're really going after Patel and Bongino. Like, they really are, because they were MAGA influencers. They were among the loudest voices touting Epstein conspiracy theories. So I don't know. I'm going to go to the super text line, 615-737-9986. 4192, very disappointed in this whole thing. He or she says, I do not believe what is being said about Epstein. 8602, I don't believe them. What about what we were told about the video being down and the guards sleeping? One expert said he was choked by a wire and not a sheet. Okay, so here's my question then, Joan. So 8602 has a great point, which is you had Patel, you had Bongino, you have other people in, as they like to say, MAGA world, and everybody's got their sources, right?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a source that said this. I've got a source that said that. Well, so what about all of those sources that those two guys had? I'm curious to know. What about all the sources that everybody had? Were they all just wrong? And now it's like, who is it, church lady? Never mind, right? I mean, how does this work?
Yeah.
Let's see. Waylon says this. Dan, you might be surprised at how quickly integrity disappears in the face of serious threats and huge sums of money. That's an interesting point. That's why I say, do you believe this? Yes or no? Let's see here. 6256. Good luck on the integrity issue. Bongino worked in Democrat administrations. Not that he agreed, but he did his job. Bondi gave Epstein his first sweetheart deal. Epstein was for sure a honeypot.
Hang on.
Mossad maybe. Far scarier. CIA.
How did Pam Bondi give him his first honeypot?
Not his first his sweetheart deal.
Sweetheart deal. What?
I don't remember. I'm reading the text. I don't.
Yeah,
remember.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah. Everybody's saying, Bongino and Kash Patel, good people until they came into office. It happens to everybody that takes a political office.
Yeah. That issue of, we were told when this initially happened that the guards fell asleep, right?
Guards fell asleep.
And that the video, there was a glitch because something happened to the cameras at that very moment. Now all of a sudden we've got video.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden the guards are okay.
Right. Doesn't make any sense, Joan.
None of it makes sense to me.
And this is interesting. 4460 says this. Bongino used to always say that if it comes out on Axios, it is probably false.
Yeah.
Maybe they leaked this to Axios as a head fake.
Oh, now see, that makes more sense to me,
Mm-hmm.
quite honestly.
Another one thinks this whole thing smells like a cover-up. So I don't know. I think it's fascinating myself. I would like, though, if Axios has come out and this was released, I guess, was it last night? So we should find out at some point today whether or not they're going to deny the Axios report. Because, Trump, KGB, can you go to the Truth Social? Might as well call it Trump Social. Can you go to Truth Social and look up Donald Trump and see if he said anything about this? Because if this was out last night, Trump has seen it. Right?
Yeah.
And so because this thing, it was the first thing I saw, Joan, when I woke up this morning. You've got all the reaction to the big, beautiful bill. You've got the horrific flooding in Texas. You've got some other stories as well. Bibi Netanyahu coming to town. This is what the internet is paying attention to this morning, especially amongst, as they like to say, MAGA world. So really interesting.
So 7546 is with a reminder of what that meant about the first sweetheart deal.
Mm-hmm.
Pam Bondi was the Florida Attorney General when Epstein got that first sweetheart deal that he didn't have to, I think there was no jail time. Do you remember that?
Barely.
Okay. So
I just got to be honest.
Busted more than once.
Right. I got to be honest. This has not been my story.
Yeah.
I have covered this as a news story. It has not been my obsession because how long ago was this? So it is an important story. It has always been an important story, and I've covered it as a news story. But when it comes to all of the intricacies, there's been so many conspiracies on this. There's so many different rabbit holes, as they say. So I don't think so. 4460. Nobody has said anything on Truth Social about it. KGB has confirmed as well. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think it's interesting. I think this whole thing is interesting. I feel like I'm dumbfounded that they've come out now, according to Axios, and they have found nothing. I'm dumbfounded by this. And the fact that it was Kash Patel and Dan Bongino that had to come out and say this, if true. How do you come out and just say, never mind? Like, if you're Dan Bongino and you
do it on a Sunday night, that's for sure.
And you spent hours.
Yeah.
No, he's got to address it at some point, though, John.
Yeah, he does.
Like he and Kash Patel, they've got to address it at some point. Because this was like part of their identity, their media identity was literally wrapped up in this whole thing. So they've got to address it at some point. Again, if true, and 1949, this is a cover-up. Larry says, sounds like Bravo Sierra to me.
Yeah.
I know what that means. Bravo, you know what that means, Joan?
BS.
That means bullshit.
Or as Dan Bongino used to say, bullshit.
Oh, did he do that too?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay. He
Yeah.
must have got it from me because I've been doing that for years. Totally kidding. Totally kidding. Listen, I happen to know that Bongino could still kick my butt. So if he wants to steal whatever from me, that's all fine, well and good. 5:54, totally kidding. Joan was coming up in the... Moving right along. What's coming up in the news?
We'll tell you the one piece of equipment needed most in Texas as the search for victims continues there. Also, a human leg has washed up in a nearby town. Oh, wow. We'll tell you about that and more coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, Joan, I've been failing in my broadcast duties this morning. Not the first time, by the way. That's pretty much of a daily thing.
Oh, really? What now?
I have not, thank you, Joan. I have not teased anything that I've got coming up.
Oh, yeah.
6:35, State Representative Jody Barrett is going to be making an announcement in studio.
Oh?
Looking forward to that. Jody Barrett, State Representative.
Should we guess?
Making a big announcement in the studio. No, KGB, I think that we should just leave everybody hanging until Jody gets here at 6:35.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about betting, but okay.
Congressman Scott Desjardins on the behind-the-scenes insanity of passing the big, beautiful bill. It was insane what was going on. I actually was on the air during Red Eye Radio, on Red Eye Radio, as this whole thing was coming down on, what was it, Wednesday night, Thursday morning. And it was crazy. And Scott Desjardins, Congressman, was kind enough to join me on the national feed. And it was really, really crazy and a lot of fun. 805 State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is going to be joining us. What impact will the big, beautiful bill really have on Tennessee and Medicaid? So we've gotten that plus a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News, 615-737-9986. Follow me on X, if you would, at Dan Manda Show. Watch us on YouTube, and would love to have you take the Daily Dan poll as well when you watch us on YouTube. Does Donald Trump belong on Mount Rushmore? That's the question. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 74 degrees right now in fair skies, but it is going to be hot and super humid once again today. We've got Stefano ahead with the forecast. Stick around for right after the news. Search and cleanup efforts continuing in central Texas at the campsites devastated by severe flooding, marking one of the United States' deadliest disasters this year. At least 80 people have died, with the hardest hit area of Kerr County reporting 68 of those fatalities, including 21 kids. Volunteer Alvi Santos stressing the need for more recovery resources to that area.
These parents deserve to know what happened. You know, I know they have like sonar that can scan the bottom. You know, I don't want to put any bad placement in anybody's head, but, you know, we have to recover somebody. But I really feel like we need more equipment out here to move all this rubble, because somebody could be clinging on for life or trapped or you know, gone.
Yeah, so in the meantime, there seemed to be no chance of survival for many of those victims.
With the floodwaters receding, that death toll mercilessly rising after that early morning July 4th deluge sent a flood wave that swallowed riverside camps and communities. Up to a foot of rain raised the Guadalupe River 26 feet in less than an hour, and a wall of water and debris tearing through Camp Mystic, where 750 girls were spending July 4th, dozens of children and counselors trapped in their bunks as the waters coursed through the camp. 10 girls and 1 counselor still reported missing.
ABC's Matt Gutman reporting there, and we'll stay on top of this all morning long. In Winchester, a 61-year-old man out celebrating on the 4th of July was hit by a stray bullet. John Cobb is now on life support. His family is praying for a miracle. Winchester police say it appears that somebody shot into the sky in celebration, but that bullet came down on Cobb. That bullet is now lodged in his brainstem. A Nashville man is under arrest linked to more than a dozen theft cases. That man is charged with stealing more than $5,000 worth of goods from Walmarts around the region.
Mount Juliet police say the 61-year-old man was fleeing from the store there Saturday night with $500 of merchandise. Now, they were able to stop him before he left the parking lot. When they recovered the stolen items, they say they also found crack cocaine.
That's News 2's Mark Kelly. To Springfield now, where police are working on a mystery. A human leg discovered on Friday in a creek near the Sulphur Creek Memorial Boulevard Bridge. The case has been handed over to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for further DNA analysis. They still don't know who that leg belonged to. Traffic changes coming to downtown Franklin starting today. 5th Avenue South, Lewis Avenue, and a portion of the 5 Points intersection. They'll all be closed and detours will be posted. The closures are related to the city's efforts to improve water and sewer infrastructure. The city of Franklin's asking drivers to just avoid the area to reduce the traffic in the area. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures are down 26 points right now. The NASDAQ futures minus 93 and the S&P futures down 18 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident this morning on 24, the westbound side, past Bell Road exit 59, and it's blocking off the right shoulder, maybe causing some people looky-loos, people looking over at that accident, slowing down as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in. It is going to be a hot one. Feels like 100 degrees. It is Monday, July 7th of 2025. We do have a lot of news to discuss. By the way, we do have State Representative Jody Barrett. He is going to be in studio for an announcement coming up at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We do have, of course, a lot of reaction to the big, beautiful bill that was signed by President Donald Trump.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
Listen to this. I love this. It was passed early Thursday morning, the third, a full day before the deadline of July 4th, Donald Trump's deadline. There was a lot of drama, though, as you no doubt know. It looks like First, it looked like they did not have the votes. They sent everyone home. Then they all had to come back, and it was back and forth. There was a lot of debate. There was a lot of arm twisting. Apparently, there was a lot of threats as well. But finally, the big, beautiful bill, it was passed, warts and all. Trump gave quite the victory speech after the signing.
Hours ago when Congress passed the one big, beautiful bill to make America great again. Right? And in the last election, the people gave us a historic mandate to cut taxes, raise take-home pay, bring back jobs, stop the invasion, that horrible invasion.
So we all know what's in it. We have been talking about this ad nauseum for a long time. Tax cuts, extending them and making them permanent. Child tax credits rising to $2,200 per child. No taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, allowing senior citizens a tax deduction worth thousands. Auto loan interest deduction for cars made in America. It goes on. There is a lot for the American people in, as Donald Trump says, and many people have been calling this the big, beautiful bill. Of course, one of the biggest issues that is taken care of in this bill, I love this part, is taking care of the illegal immigration issues. That is obviously a big deal.
And I have another hat back there. It says, Donald Trump was right about everything. And I said, no, that sounds a little too conceited, but it happens to be true, I must say.
Always so modest, that Donald Trump. So clearly the president is on a roll. We've been talking about that. Nobody can deny how well the president has been doing here in the first 6 months or so of his second administration. Now, how good has he been? Well, Congressman Andy Ogles has asked the Department of the Interior to look into adding Donald Trump to Mount Rushmore, like now. So that is the Daily Dan poll. Go to YouTube, watch us, like and subscribe, and give the host a thumbs up if you would. And tell us whether or not you believe that Donald Trump belongs on Mount Rushmore right now. Now, my official talk show host answer is, maybe later, not now, maybe later. But you've got three choices. You've got yes, you've got maybe later, and you've got never. So take those three, Daily Dan poll, and you tell me, does the president deserve to be on Mount Rushmore right now? You know who will never, ever, ever in 1,000,000 years be on Mount Rushmore? Hakeem Jeffries.
And Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it, which is why we're fighting so hard to stop it. Serving in the United States Congress on this glorious floor.
Uh-huh. He called it a crime scene. That's what Hakeem Jeffries said. He spoke, Joan, for 8 hours and 44 minutes.
I don't understand why they let him stay there. Why didn't somebody just kick him off?
They call it the Magic Minute. And basically what it is, it's not a minute. Basically, it is just standard protocol. By the way, Republicans do it too. Kevin McCarthy did it a few years ago, 8 hours and 32 minutes. So Hakeem bested McCarthy by, it looks like, 12 minutes? And they just... the frustrating thing is this just makes it look dumb. It makes a joke of the entire process because they've got the votes. They have the votes. It is ready to be signed. And so you can sit here and you can filibuster or just, take your magic minute or many hours. But, and by the way, I listened to some of Hakeem Jeffries' Magic Minute. It was anything but magic.
I know, I did too. His voice... So I hate to pick on people's voices, but he doesn't have like a leadership voice. He's got a whiny.
So since we're going now, as the guy that does actually not have a great voice, and I ended up in radio, I want you to listen very closely. Since we're going to do this, I want you to listen to Hakeem Jeffries, and you tell me what you hear about his voice.
And Mr. Speaker, we want no part of it, which is why we're fighting so hard to stop it. Serving in the United States Congress on this glorious floor.
I mean, he's got a little bit of a lisp.
He does have a lisp.
On.
Yes, he does.
Now, I don't know if that's because he was speaking for hours at a time. But, yeah, he doesn't... not only does he not have the commanding presence of a Barack Obama, hated, of course, Barack Obama and his policies, but the dude could speak. I mean, say what you will about Obama, but Hakeem Jeffries is no Barack
It's
Obama.
not inspiring whatsoever.
He inspires me not to listen. That's
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries. So basically, the Magic Minute, it's officially defined, actually, as the time when the leader of the party is allowed to speak nonstop for as long as they can. It is a common tactic used by the minority party. Yes, again, Republicans have done it too. Stupid, but that's what they do. Now, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he was on Fox News as Jeffries was speaking.
What do you make of Hakeem Jeffries at the podium for more than an hour trying to discredit this bill right now?
Well, Maria, I'm not going to take firefighting advice from an arsonist. The Democrats had the majorities. They blew out the budget. They had the tons of wasteful spending, and we inherited a mess.
I mean, that is true. And I love what he said. I mean, look back at the Biden administration, right? Over 9% inflation. You've got the price of gas skyrocketing. Costs of everything went up. They said that the inflation, and I can't get over this, they said that the Inflation Reduction Act was incorrectly named. Eventually, they admitted it. But they sold the Inflation Reduction Act as the answer to inflation.
Oh, yeah.
And then after a while, they said, you know what, never mind. It's like the Epstein list. Never mind. Because it didn't reduce inflation at all. And not only did it not reduce inflation, but they admitted that it was a dumb name because it was never intended to reduce inflation. And by the way, they also spent a lot of money on really dumb things, the Democrats did, as we talk about Scott Bessent and what he had to say about the Democrats and the amount of money that they spent under Joe Biden. As you have Hakeem Jeffries up there, that was in hour one of 8 hours and 44 minutes, where he was up there filibustering, talking about how terrible the Republican plan is when we could just look back just a scant couple of years and remember what it was like under Joe Biden with that inflation rate, the supply chain issues. I mean, I could go on and on. Remember the baby food shortage?
Oh, gosh, yes.
I mean, so Hakeem Jeffries, sit down and shut up. Good Lord. Anyway, there is more from Scott Bessent. I've got the audio for you. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. At 6:16, as far as your weather goes, it's going to be a hot one today, a high of 92. Going to feel like 100 degrees, possible thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. We do have a lot of, not only do we have reaction to the big, beautiful bill being passed, but we've got reaction to the reaction. And Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he's talking about Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats and how upset and furious they are at this thing. One of the problems that the Democrats have, of course, is that they want as much illegal immigration as possible so that they could try to steal future elections. And so that is just one of many reasons why the Democrats are angry at Donald Trump and the Republicans. More from Scott Bessent.
And under President Trump's leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, we are going to get the economy humming again via the private sector. This is a Main Street Working America bill. It is going to address the affordability crisis. We are going to increase working people's wages. And, the Democratic Party at present doesn't stand for anything. They're just against everything. And let's see where the economy is this time next year. Yeah. I think this bill, over the next year, we are going to see growth like we have not seen. And importantly, it is going to be non-inflationary growth, which is something the Democrats couldn't do.
Yep. And part of what we all have to wait and see is what will happen with the economy. I mean, look, I've made no bones about it, my worry about what this is going to do to the debt and the deficit. But it was passed, and I trust Donald Trump a heck of a lot more than I trust the Democrats. And so we'll have to ultimately wait and see what happens. There is a plan, they say, to deal with the debt and the deficit. A lot more money coming back to the American people, a lot more deregulation of businesses. That means that they are going to hire more. That means that they are going to continue to do everything they can to grow the economy. When the American people get more money back, then what do? We spend it. That will, again, help the American economy. Ultimately, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But you have the folks on the left, and they continue to use, the same talking points that we've been hearing for months now. Is going to raise taxes on the lower class. It'll gut the middle class. It's going to give tax breaks for the millionaires and the billionaires. It's all the usual stuff that I don't even know. Does anybody really believe that stuff anymore? Speaker Mike Johnson says, no, it's not true.
They are overlooking the actual facts. All that is nonsense. What we did in this bill is we made permanent the 2017 Trump's tax cuts, and that was geared for lower and middle class Americans, in spite of everything they said. The bottom 20% of earners saw their lowest federal tax rate in 40 years. Now we're building upon that. We just made that permanent, and we're building upon it because now we've cut tax on overtime and tips and had more tax relief for seniors. And we're giving everybody a tax cut, and that's going to help the economy. It's going to be jet fuel. Small business owners, entrepreneurs, risk takers, the people that provide the jobs, manufacturers, farmers get assistance here, and that will lift the economy. The Council of Joint Economic Advisors is expecting a 3% growth rate in the economy. That will be incredible. They're expecting 4 million additional jobs to be added. The average American, the typical American household, will have $13,000 more in take-home pay. This is a great thing for people who go to work every day. They're going to feel that, and we're excited about the upcoming election cycle in 26 because people will be riding an economic high, just as we did after the first 2 years of the first Trump administration. This time it's on steroids.
It's interesting, too, because you do have James Carville. Now, we've all laughed at James Carville many, many times because it is clear that old James has seen better days. But one of the things that he said, and this was on, I believe it was on CNN. Yeah, it was. It was on CNN, where James Carville says that this is going to be a mass extinction event for Republicans. Listen.
Political anthropologists are going to look back at this, and it's going to be called a mass extinction event, because there are a lot of them going to be extinct when people go to the polls voting for this. I promise you, this thing is really, it's like 25, 26 points underwater already. And we hadn't even started our education program.
So here's my question, because I don't know if that's true. My give a crap on polling at this point is pretty much non-existent. I just don't care about the polling. But you listen to all of the things that are in it. I mean, I don't want to go through the litany again, but, extending the tax cuts, for example, and tax breaks and just all the stuff that's in it. So it's hard for me to believe that the American people, by and large, because you know what? Guess what? I'm talking on WTN. You're listening to WTN. While, yes, we do care about the debt and the deficit, the reality is that most people don't. It's sad to say, but most people don't. Do you know what people do care about? What people really care about is their own debt and their own deficit, and this is going to help that. Marsha Blackburn, Tennessee senator, she had a lot to say about this. It is, something that she voted for. And part of what she said is, this is a long time coming.
It is the largest tax cut in American history. Tennessee families are going to see a $2,600 savings every year. And there's $1.6 trillion in savings in the bill and over a $508 billion reduction in the deficit over the 10-year period. There's also no tax on tips or overtime and nothing. You've got that bonus for seniors, $6,000. So that removes tax from Social Security. And that's something I have worked on achieving for years. But President Trump has stood by the promises he's made.
All right. So there you go. A lot of people for this bill within the Republican Party. We'll have to see if it does turn out to be a mass extinction event, which is what James Carville says it is going to be for the Republicans. And by the way, yes, I do know that Elon Musk has come out with an idea for another political party. We will talk about that at some point this morning. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, Israel's prime minister is on his way to the U.S. We'll tell you what the conversation there is going to sound like. Also, how the House of Representatives is about to change again, thanks to a Tennessee congressman. Those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mark Spain Real Estate. Good morning, friends. 623. You know, Mark Spain Real Estate and their guaranteed offer. It is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle this summer. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate here in Nashville to my friends and family because I can trust them that they're going to sell their homes hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, listen to all these accolades that they've received. The Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for 8 years in a row, including being ranked #1. That's right, the #1 real estate team in the nation for closed transactions for 5 consecutive years. It's all about that guaranteed offer. You know, they sell 2 homes every single hour, making Mark Spain Real Estate the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and for maximum value. Call them, get the guaranteed offer on your home today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD. That's 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It's markspain.com. That's markspain.com and start packing. Dan Mandis here from my window company, Window Nation. Listen, it is July and it is hot. Are your windows keeping your cool air in and letting the heat seep into your home instead? Listen, Window Nation is going to keep your home cool, as a matter of fact. Their windows are specifically built to withstand the sun's heat and improve your home's energy efficiency. Window Nation has some of the best energy efficient windows out there. I know because I have 4. Now, replacing your windows today to keep your home cool and comfortable all summer long, Window Nation is the company that is going to help you out. Now, this is why I trust Window Nation. An A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, 50-point inspection of every window before it even leaves the factory. Again, many reasons why I love Window Nation. And by the way, right now, here in July, they've got a big sale going on, 50% off all window styles at Window Nation. I'm going to repeat that, 50% off all window styles at Window Nation. Plus, you're going to pay 0% interest for 5 years. That's right, no interest until 2030. That is huge. Now, hurry, the sale ends soon. This is my window company. Call them, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Don't miss out. This is Window Nation's best sale of the year. 866-90-NATION. Find them online anytime, windownation.com.
Good morning, now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is on his way to the U.S., scheduled to meet with President Trump this evening. They'll discuss the possibility of a Hamas-Israel ceasefire in the Gaza war proposed by President Trump. ABC's Jordana Miller reports from Jerusalem.
Hamas says that they have a positive response. They've had a positive response to the president's latest Gaza ceasefire deal. And Netanyahu largely has echoed that positive response, but he has said on our terms. And there are still some very big gaps that have to be bridged to reach the finish line.
Overnight, the FBI and the Department of Justice released 11 hours of footage saying that it helps to confirm that notorious financier Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in his Manhattan jail cell in 2019 while he was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges.
According to a memo detailing the findings, investigators found the video showed no one entering the area in the overnight hours before Epstein was found unresponsive. But perhaps the biggest bombshell, investigators say they found no incriminating client list of Epstein's, no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals, and no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. For years, Epstein has been at the center of conspiracies surrounding both his death and a rumored client list allegedly used to blackmail powerful men.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbird reporting. It is official now. Tennessee Republican Congressman Mark Green has announced his official resignation from Congress, a move that could shrink the Republicans' already narrow majority in the House. Green says that he's returning to the private sector to start his own business, although he didn't provide many details. What he did say was that he would be doing something specifically designed to help America compete against the Chinese Communist Party. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Vision for Life. Now, they are celebrating 20 years of 2020. Now, since 2005, Dr. Jeff Horn has provided thousands of patients 20/20 or better vision. Now, Dr. Horn's expertise and dedication have made him a leader in cataract, LASIK, and other vision correction surgeries. Dr. Horn's commitment to providing the best possible patient experience, in addition to the most advanced technologies in vision correction, have made Vision for Life one of the premier vision correction centers in the world. Now, when I needed vision correction, I did go to Vision for Life and Dr. Horn. Check them out today. They've been celebrating 20 years of providing 20/20 vision by scheduling your consultation today. That phone number is 615-436-2020. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. .33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. It is that time of year, vacation time. Don't let water damage ruin your peace of mind. Protect your home with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and their smart Wi-Fi water shutoff valve. Installed by their expert techs for just $12.49 this month only. And that's not all. Upgrade your comfort with a new HVAC system and get free air duct fogging and a UV light home treatment. And if you need cleaner air, buy Busy Bee's middle tier air duct cleaning, and they will upgrade you to the deluxe tier for free. All kinds of ways to save you money from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. By the way, 0% interest for 18 months financing with approved credit. Call them today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Okay, so we've got an accident this morning still being worked on westbound 24 past Bell Road, exit 59. The crash is on the right shoulder. That shoulder is blocked off this morning, but otherwise it's looking pretty good. Just normal delays heading in on 24, on 40, and on 65 so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Monday. It is July 7th of 2025. Jody Barrett is joining us. And Jody, of course, everyone knows you represent the 69th District in the Tennessee State House, and you've got an announcement to make, so you have the floor.
Well, thank you. Right, we'll just jump right into that, Dan.
I did the same thing to Andy Ogles. He never forgave me.
Oh, well, hey, look, I like it. Let's just get right to the point.
It's like, thanks for coming in. What's your announcement? Go.
Well, I am here to announce to your listeners and all of Middle Tennessee that I will be running for the Tennessee 7th Congressional District.
Okay, so you want to replace Mark Green?
I do want to replace Mark Green, yes, sir.
So are you sure you want to do it? By the way, I said the same thing to Mark Green many years ago. Yes. Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm absolutely sure I don't, actually, if I'm being 100% honest. But I'm responding to the urging of my constituents and grassroots conservatives all over the state who have been reaching out and pushing me to get into this race. They know that the America First conservatives in Congress and President Trump need reinforcements. And we need to fill this seat as quickly as possible.
So relatively speaking, there's guys that have been in the state legislature for years. You started in 2022?
I did 3 years now. This is just finished my third session, which I think have gone like dog years. So it feels like I've been there for 20.
Wait till if you get to Congress.
That's right.
I mean, goodness gracious. But you want to make a difference, and you want to go and try your hand at Washington, D.C. Do you have any worries about going to Washington, D.C. and just jumping in all of that dysfunction?
Sure. Well, I mean, look, I talked to Dr. Green about this. Before I made my decision, I reached out and got some advice from him and asked him about it. And he said, look, unless you just have a burning desire to do this, to go to Congress and be in the middle of that mess up there, I would encourage you not to do it. But because he said it, and I'll quote him, the job sucks. And I understand that going in. But there's a big difference between Nashville and D.C. and what's going on there versus here. And with the supermajority here, it's difficult for conservatives. We have 75 members of the state house. We only need 50 votes to pass anything. So, they can pass things through here in Tennessee without talking to or considering anything that the conservatives have to say. But in D.C., they need every vote. And that means that I would have some influence over policy and the ability to make minor changes or, maybe just tick the needle a little bit in the right direction. And then also that my vote will mean something and they'll need it, which means I can get some things done for the district.
So let's talk about what kind of congressman you would be. But first, just real broad brush about the kind of state lawmaker you have been. You were against the Tennessee Education Freedom Act. Of course, everybody knows what that is, providing scholarships for Tennessee students. I don't want to relitigate that. Trust me. We all talked about that to death. But why were you against it?
The main reason, the easy answer, is because my district was against it.
Okay. Because your district is more rural.
It is. It's a rural district. Dixon, Hickman, and Lewis County. Yep. I don't have any private schools in my district. And so there was a combination of things. First of all, I'm the most conservative member of the state house. And according to the Tennessee Legislative Report Card, the most conservative ever. So because of that, I'm looking at the fiscal impact of that bill and then how much money we're spending versus how many kids we're actually going to benefit from it. And I think we're already seeing that maybe more of the money's going to kids who are already in private schools. So I don't know how much education freedom we're actually creating by that. And so certainly in my district, there was not a lot of pathways being offered because we're actually encouraging, by putting that money out there, we're actually encouraging families to take their children out of our district to neighboring counties, which is not good for these rural communities.
And again, don't want to relitigate it because there's a lot of national issues that I want to talk about. President Trump, though, did come in and endorse it. So are you worried that that's going to be an attack point where, Donald Trump was for this thing and you were against it? Is that something that you're worried that your opponents might come after you for?
Oh, I'm sure they'll try, of course. But I think it's important to point out, I support President Trump's version of school choice. The idea that he has put out about doing income tax credits for individual families for their educational costs, for expanding the 529 plan to include secondary education and private school tuition. I'm all for that.
Getting rid of the Department of Education?
I'm all for that.
So let's go through a couple of just issues that if you were in Congress right now, you would vote on it. But what do you think of the big, beautiful bill? Would you have voted for it?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, obviously, it's not perfect. There's no such thing as a perfect piece of legislation.
True. Yes,
but this is what America First looks like. Reducing taxes, securing the border, getting rid of the woke nonsense. That's what people elected Donald Trump to do. This is what we voted for.
How do you? Because I guarantee you, there's going to be a lot of folks running in this race, and they're all going to say that they're America First. We're all going to be saying that, they're here to back up Donald Trump's agenda. How do you differentiate yourself from all the other people that are going to be running saying the same exact thing?
Well, I think the difference is I have a record. The people are going to have a choice in this race. They can choose a blank slate bureaucrat who has no record, who's been handpicked by the establishment, or a PAC purchase puppet who's going to do whatever the PAC money tells them to do, or they can choose a conservative fighter who's got a record that you can look at for 3 years to see exactly how I voted. You can see the legislation that I have run, so you don't have to guess what I'll do when I get to D.C. You can already see.
Is there anything that when you look at the last 3 years of your time in the state legislature, is there anything that you look back on and you think, maybe that wasn't the best play for conservatives?
I mean, boy, that's a deep question. Well, for me personally, there's a couple of things that probably politically were not the best decisions in the world. But again, I don't do things for political reasons. The votes that I take, the votes that I cast, the things that I say whenever I stand up on the floor, I'm not making political calculations. I'm doing what the people voted for me to do. My job as a representative is to say what they would say if they were sitting in the chair and push the button that they would push if they were sitting in my seat. So, when I talk about getting these awards for being Conservative Legislator of the Year or having a perfect 100 voting score, those aren't my awards. Those are my district's awards because I'm just reflecting what they want me to do.
One of the things I find interesting is that right now you're the representative for the 69th. You're going to run for the 7th.
Yes.
Very different, districts, if you will. The 69th obviously is rural, and you just mentioned that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The 7th, I mean, you've got Clarksville, you've got Williamson County, you've got some rural areas as well, some parts of Nashville too. So, I mean, how do you reach all of these different types of voters?
Well, I think the one of the things that I have that's an advantage over some of the other candidates is I am born and raised here, educated here in the public schools, grew up here. I know the rural communities. So the Perry County, the Wayne County, Houston, Benton, Stewart, those are my people, so to speak. But I'm also an educated attorney, practiced for 25 years, spent a lot of time in Williamson County and Davidson County courtrooms. I know the people there, and I know the communities. Dixon has been my home. I've lived and worked coming back and forth. I've raised my kids here. My wife and I homeschool our kids. So, I can communicate and connect with folks of all walks of life.
Jody Barrett is joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. More. I'm going to warn you what my next question is.
All right.
Why does everybody hate Congress?
Oh, I love it.
We're going to talk about that coming up next. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today very hot. It's going to be 92, going to feel like 100, possible thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN. State Representative Jody Barrett is joining us in studio, announcing his intention to run for the 7th Congressional District, replacing Congressman Mark Green, who has retired from politics. So, Jody, let's talk about it. You want to run for the 7th. Everybody hates Congress. That's no secret. Yet you want to join this club. So talk about why it is that people hate Congress.
Well, I think mostly because they see it as being highly ineffective. For most of my adult life, Congress has been in gridlock and not been able to get a lot done. And even when Republicans get the majority, it seems like we still kind of, do Lucy with the football and pull it out of the way of Charlie Brown. And so, part of the reason I'd like to go up there is I think I can contribute to help getting some things done. We have a very slender majority now. We need to hold on to it, and we need to make sure that whoever we send to Mark Green's seat has the ability to come back next year in the midterms and hold on to that seat. We can't put somebody here who's going to be vulnerable to the attacks that are coming from the Democrats.
Well, and that brings me to my next question, which is, there's two types of Republicans. There are the ones that will hold the line on conservatism. There's others that will want to, dance with the Democrats a little bit, reach across the aisle, try to, work with them and all that kind of stuff. I mean, which one would you be?
I'm pretty hardcore conservative. So,
yes.
And here in the State House, the Democrats just don't have any ability to really help do anything. So there's not been any incentive to work with them here. And honestly, they haven't given us a whole lot of opportunities because they are loony as they come. It's no different in D.C. The lunatic left has taken over the Democrat Party, and it's even worse at Washington. And so there's not very much common ground for us to find in D.C., which I think is why you see one side versus the other, and there's very little crossover going back and forth.
I think the problem with Congress and with politics right now, and the reaction to the horrible flooding in Texas, I spoke about that earlier in the show, but where you have a media landscape and you have Democrats blaming Donald Trump and Republicans for it. And I think that part of the reason why people hate Congress is because of the way that, I'll be partisan here, it's fine. The Democrats react to Republicans and conservatives. So just for me, as a guy listening to you making your announcement, I don't like to hear people saying, oh, I'll reach across the aisle.
Right.
When you reach across the aisle to a party that thinks you're Hitler and a bunch of Nazis, I don't know how that's going to help. I think that part of what we need to do is everything we can to hold the line of conservatism. Do you disagree with Donald Trump on anything?
I'm sure there are going to be minor issues, but for the most part, everything that Donald Trump has done since he's been in office from 2016, I couldn't be happier about. Starting with the Supreme Court picks, going all the way forward to foreign policy and the way he's handled some of these folks. You mentioned not reaching across the aisle. Same thing with Iran. You can't reach across the aisle with Iran, people that want to kill you and want to see you burn. So he's done exactly what I would do. He's punched them in the mouth. And it's the same thing for the Democrats. You talk about the reason why people don't like Congress. It's because they run to the television as quickly as they can, get in front of a camera, just like Justin Jones does here, just to get their face on TV, to get some crazy quote out there so that they can get some media cycle coverage.
So your campaign, tell me in 60 seconds, what is your elevator pitch to the people of the 7th?
The elevator pitch is I'm born here, I'm raised here, I'm Tennessee tough, and I've got a record to prove it. I'm one of you, and I'm ready to go to D.C. and be your voice up there.
Okay, that was only 20 seconds. So core issues. So, clearly you're tough on illegal immigration. You are very pro 2A.
Yes.
These are the things that I know about you. So
yes.
Talk about what committees you might want to be on. Talk about ultimately, I know you want to support Donald Trump and what he does. You're very fiscally conservative, and I love that. how concerned are you about the debt and the deficit? We just passed the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah.
You're like me. It's sort of like, I get why we did it, but man, I hate that debt and deficit.
Yeah, it's a problem, and it's the millstone around our neck that will take us down if we don't do something about it. No doubt about it. But we didn't, Rome wasn't built in a day. We didn't build this debt with one bill or one piece of legislation, and we're not going to get ourselves out of it with one piece of legislation. It's going to take years and years of consistent conservative principles and sticking to that to make sure that we get out of this thing.
So what committees would you like to be on? What would you like to focus on when you're in D.C.?
So here in the state level, I really enjoyed serving on the Finance Committee.
Okay.
It has such a broad, I guess, coverage of all the departments of government. I would love to be able to do that in D.C., have the ability to touch a little bit of everything. I'm not trying to be the next Mark Green. The sequel's never as good as the original. So,
Yes.
Homeland Security would be great, but that's not necessarily my area of expertise or background. So there are other things that I think I can offer and bring to the table with my business background, my education in law and my constitutional conservatism. So I think that Speaker Johnson will find plenty of spots that I think I can help out.
What was your specialty in law?
I'm a real estate attorney.
Okay.
But I do a lot of municipal work. So I've done industrial development board work, the Dixon Housing Authority. I've represented the school board, kind of a little bit of everything at the municipal level. Done some trial work along the way. I've been a public defender in the past. 27 years now, I think, or 26 years under my belt. You kind of get a broad spectrum of things that you get experience in.
So what does the next several months look like for you?
24/7. Go, go, go.
Yeah, a lot of shaking hands.
Yes.
Kissing babies and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be a very short sprint.
Yeah.
A lot of fundraising. I'll be making calls left and right. Did about 100 of those on the way up here. We'll be doing it pretty much every day and trying to make sure that we have enough money and support to get to the end of the race.
All right. Jody Barrett for Tennessee.com, Jody Barrett for FOR, Tennessee.com. Full slate, I'm assuming, of all of your legislative history and what you want to do in Washington, D.C. and policy and all that kind of stuff is on your website?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Jody, good luck. Thank you for coming in. And it's going to be a long, couple months for you?
It'll be probably about 110 days probably.
110 days. Okay, good luck. And we chime in on occasion. We can call you and put you on the radio and talk about some of the issues that you'll be voting on.
Anytime.
All right, very good. Jody Barrett, thank you very much for joining us on Nashville's Morning News. It is 6:52. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we are waiting for more rain to hit the flooded out parts of Texas where rescuers are still searching for survivors. And why there's an arrest warrant out for a former Tennessee Vols football player. Those stories and more coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.653 Nashville's Morning News. Specialty Coatings. Listen, business owners, if your concrete floor, if it needs a little love, my friends at Specialty Coatings, they can help you. Now, they specialize in concrete floor coatings and polished concrete. Your floors are really an indication as to your business and what your business is like. It's a reflection of your business. So if your floors are a mess, Specialty Coatings can help you. They've been doing it for 30 years now. You've probably actually walked on some of their incredible concrete floor coatings. They've been working in the major sports stadiums and arenas and convention centers, again, for the last 30 years. Just over last year, the last 12 months, Specialty Coatings in Nashville installed over 1 million square feet of coatings for businesses across Tennessee. Now, those buildings include manufacturing, warehouses, airplane hangars, retail, and a lot more. Now, Specialty Coatings, they're not some sort of fly-by-night company. A couple of guys show up with a bucket and a roller. No, they've got the equipment and the skilled installers. So your job is going to be on time and on budget. no matter how bad your floor looks. Specialty coatings can fix it, and each project is customized to your building and your needs. So call them at 615-591-9491, 615-591-9491. Email them anytime, sales@specialtycoat.com, and that website, specialtycoat.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Jesus came to earth the first time to save the world. The next time he comes will be to condemn the world and those who have refused to accept him as their Lord and Savior. Christians are co-heirs with Christ and possess full rights as sons and inherit salvation, eternal life, the earth, the kingdom of God, and all things. If you're not a Christian and have wondered about eternal life, God may be drawing you. Accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, for only God can save you.
No matter what I've ever done.
What I've ever done.
No matter what I've ever done.
No matter what you've ever done.
But what about?
No matter what you've ever done.
Even if?
You are no longer condemned, no matter what you have ever done. Non-cancelable, guaranteed reservation in heaven when you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Learn how now.
.658, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, I think we have a really good poll question today.
Okay. I thought we already had a really good one.
Well, I know, but I haven't mentioned it in like 90 minutes, and the powers that be get a little...
Antsy?
I was going to use the term pissy, but okay, we'll use antsy. If I don't mention the poll, because we're trying to drive engagement to YouTube.
I see.
Mandis, don't you know what we're trying to do? We're trying to drive engagement. All right, so that's what I'm
trying
doing.
to get people engaged.
Sure.
Except for you, KGB.
Wow.
Oh, no. Now he's walking out.
That was...
Well, come on. It was left there on the table. And
it really was.
So,
It really was. It really was. All right, anyway, so we have a great poll up. Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, wants to put Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore, like right now. He's spoken to Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior, about chiseling out Donald Trump's head on on the.
Do you have to be so graphic?
Well, whatever. So, I think this is silly. I did call Andy Ogles earlier in the broadcast a kiss ass. Come on, dude. Really? So he went through, let's give Donald Trump a third term, to now let's put him on Mount Rushmore. He's not even finished with his second term yet. Can we just slow the brakes a little bit? Pump the brakes a little bit? Come on. Anyway, what are people saying?
Right now, 53% say later, 26% say now, and 21% say never. Should we add one saying other presidents belong there first before him?
No, it's fine. But I would say if you're gonna add somebody, Ronald Reagan. I think Ronald Reagan is the guy that you add. If you
Nixon
want to
would
put
be
on
good
right
too.
Now. Nixon?
No.
I'm just kidding.
No.
Anyway, thanks KGB for your efforts there. Go take the poll if you would on YouTube, and we'll return next on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're just learning that as of this morning, the National Weather Service is saying that a flood watch is in effect for more than a dozen counties in Austin and San Antonio through 7 o'clock this evening. That's a little bit further away from where the intense rain was in central Texas over the weekend, and where 82 people are confirmed dead. Dozens are still missing there after that flash flood along the Guadalupe River. ABC's Jim Ryan tells us that people who live in that part of the state had been cautiously watching the sky as they search for more victims.
People around Texas know this scenic region as the Hill Country. Those who live here have another nickname for it, Flash Flood Alley. Governor Greg Abbott says rising water is a fact of life around here.
There's the potential for flash flooding, but there's no expectation of a water wall of almost 30 feet high.
And that's what communities like Kerrville, Comfort, and Center Point were faced with before dawn on Friday. The death count has surged past 70. Jim Ryan, ABC News, San Antonio.
And what the National Weather Service is telling us is that there's 2 to 4 inches of additional rainfall and an isolated amounts of up to 10 inches, and some of it will hit that very same area. Rainfall rates will be very intense, they say, in the heaviest of storms. Any additional heavy rainfall over the hardest hit areas will lead to rapid runoff and more flash flooding. Say your prayers, people. Meantime, YAPAC is preparing to send help to that region. Its founder tells Channel 4 she's from Southeast Texas, and so for her, this is personal.
It's been heartbreaking ever since. The words that were coming out of people's mouth were, this is like another Helene.
Yeah, YAPAC has a warehouse in Clarksville and then one in Southeast Texas, too. If you'd like to donate, you can check their website to find out what items are in need. More than 100 miles away from the flash flooding, investigators are concerned that there may be a serial killer on the loose after dozens of young men's bodies from Lady Bird have been pulled from Lady Bird Lake in Austin, Texas. Now, the latest was a 17-year-old who had stepped out of a kayak without wearing a safety vest. His family says he disappeared below the waters. However, there have been 38 individuals recovered from those waters since 2022, 30 of them men, most between the ages of 30 and 49. Austin police contend, however, the deaths are related to accidental drownings and suicides and not a serial killer. There's an arrest warrant out for a former Tennessee Vols wide receiver. Grant Furking is charged with theft by deception for taking money but failing to deliver to customers of his mulch company in Georgia. Channel 4's Jeremy Finley reports.
I'm really mad. Rob Rainey can sympathize. He had to pay for all this mulch in his backyard in Gwinnett County twice after he told police he first paid $600 for mulch from this Nashville man, Grant Furking. But after he paid that $600, the mulch was never delivered.
It was just so callous. And he seemed like such a good kid.
Now, Furking has also been evicted from 2 condo properties here in the Gulch that he owned with his wife. His lawyers say he will turn himself into police this week. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures have just turned positive. They're up by 1 point. We've got NASDAQ futures down 82, though. The S&P futures are plus 14. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, looks like we have an accident in Blackman on 840. The westbound lanes past Veterans Parkway exit 50, and it's stop and go up until that spot. 24 westbound, still working that accident scene at Bell Road, and the right shoulder is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.708 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. Coming up at 7:35, Congressman Scott Desjardins will be joining us, and he's going to tell us about all the behind-the-scenes insanity and wrangling as they were working on passing the big, beautiful bill. So the congressman will join us at 7:35, 8:05, State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, and I'm going to ask him what impact will the big, beautiful bill have on Tennessee and Medicare, among other things. So that and a whole lot more straight ahead on WTN. All right, so, Joan, I think that we have figured out that the good people listening to Nashville's Morning News, by and large, they are against putting Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore right now. By about 56, 57%, they said, no, not right now. A bunch said maybe later. A few said, no, not ever, whatever. I think I want to change the poll now.
But just note that these are reasonable people. Okay, go on. I mean, honestly, it's reasonable. Everybody can love Donald Trump, but does he belong there
Not yet.
now?
Not
No.
yet. Not yet. He may in like 10, 15 years. But I said earlier, I think Ronald Reagan, if we're going to add somebody to Mount Rushmore, then I personally think that you put Ronald Reagan in. By the way, the hilarity on the super text line, there's not enough rock to fit all of Donald Trump's hair on the... yeah. So I'm going to change the poll now. Have you heard Elon Musk finally decided he's going to go ahead and he's going to do the America political party? You know, the big, beautiful bill, of course, was passed. And so now he is deciding now that he is going to start the America Party. And he is going to do battle with the Republican Party and Donald Trump. So the Daily Dan poll, if you want to go take it right now, is would you join Elon Musk's America Party? I think that's a good one, right, Joan?
Yeah.
Would you join it? I mean, I know you wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't.
Right.
You know, I shouldn't speak for you, Joan. Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
All right, good.
No. I love Elon Musk. I love what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But the shift in his, the pendulum swing away from Donald Trump, he's just too unstable for me.
Very unstable.
Yeah.
Very unstable. And it's too bad because I like him too. I do. This is from Reuters. Elon Musk has launched a new political party following his epic fallout with Donald Trump. The former First Buddy announced the foundation of the American Party on his X social media platform Saturday. So on and so forth. He says he took an online poll. by a factor of 2 to 1. You want a new political party, and you shall have it, Elon writes. When it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the American Party is formed to give you back your freedom. What freedom? What freedom are we missing right now?
I wondered that myself.
Did you? Like I said that, and I'm like, wait a minute. I can do anything I darn right well please. Today, the America Party is formed to give you back your freedom. I don't understand what that means, but okay. So Elon Musk, and by the way, you know who's helping him? Mark Cuban.
Oh, see, now it's sus.
Yeah, because you're going to have all of these never-Trumpers and these Democrats trying to help him because they believe that it will weaken the Republican Party. So, of course, you're going to have Mark Cuban. You know who else is said to have been helping him? Mike Pence.
Oh.
Listen, I'm just reporting the news. Don't get mad at the messenger.
Yeah.
Scott Bessent, though, he was asked about this over the weekend on the chat shows.
Not a big secret that you had your differences with Elon Musk when he was working in the administration. He announced this weekend that he is starting a new political party. Does that worry the Trump administration?
Look, the principles of Doge were very popular. I think if you looked at the polling, Elon was not. So I believe that the boards of directors at his various companies wanted him to come back and run those companies, which he is better at than anyone. So I imagine that those board of directors did not like this announcement yesterday and will be encouraging him to focus on his business activities, not his political activities.
Right. So he is correct. I mean, you would think that Tesla's been through enough. I mean, wouldn't you?
In overnight trading, Tesla lost 7%, and that's just today.
Doesn't he have a responsibility?
Yes. So, what may end up happening, and if I'm surprised that it hasn't already, the shareholders may vote him out.
Yeah.
They may ditch him and, move on with the company.
Honestly, they need to.
Yeah.
And he needs to give it up. I mean, if he wants to go and be all into politics, that is certainly his choice, but he's destroying the company, and he's destroying a really good company, as a matter of fact. And the people who have invested in Tesla, the people who work at Tesla, they're seeing this, and they are no doubt face-palming. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy, James Fishback, but he was on the socials over the weekend. Now, this dude is a big-time hedge fund manager, but he's also like a businessman. He's a Donald Trump supporter, and he had some comments on Elon's new mission.
Let's get real for a second. No real Trump voter, no one who really loves what President Trump did in his first term and loves even more what he's doing right now on the border with the economy and foreign affairs, is switching teams to the America Party, which is an apt name for perhaps the most anti-American party in 100 years because it pushes the open border H-1B agenda, because it's for the green news scam light, and because ultimately it wants to rob Americans of their democratic leverage against, of all people, the Democrats.
Now, one of the things that he has said, Elon Musk has said, is they are starting with the midterm elections. So the only thing that I can think of is that he is going to focus on primarying Republicans that are in Republican safe seats. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So we don't actually, as conservatives, we don't, at least I hope that's what he's doing, because we can't afford to lose any seats in the House. And we just had Jody Barrett in here talking about just that as he announced his plan to run for the 7th. So when you look at all of this and you look at what Elon Musk is trying to do, it's clear, and he hasn't come out and said who he is going to target yet, but ultimately what he's going to do is he could give power back to the Democrats, which is everything that is against what he has been working for over the past several months. And so this guy Fishback is right. Oh, wait till you hear some of the other names, by the way, that are going to be working with Elon Musk. It's all straight ahead. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. At 7:16, as far as your weather goes, going to be a high of 92 or 93. Going to feel like 100 degrees. And appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so here's some of these names. You ready? Mark Cuban, already spoke about that.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Yang.
Oh, and this is the guy that wanted universal, a universal payout to
Yes.
people, monthly stipend,
Yes,
so that
he
everybody
did.
can live on. Yeah, he's totally legit.
Anthony Scaramucci, or people used to recall Scaramucci.
Mooch.
I used to do that all the time. Drove people nuts because you know what I do, right? I just do it, and get people really angry with me because I do it all the time. Scaramucci. Thomas Massey is said to be helping.
Of course.
Anti-Trumper. I mentioned Mike Pence as well. And I'm sure some others. Rand Paul's name hasn't come up yet, but it would not surprise me in the least. And so now what's going to happen is, because nobody believes that this party is actually going to win a presidential election, but they might be able to have an impact on some seats. And we've got, conservatives have a very, very slim majority in the House of Representatives. So if he wants to give the Democrats more power so that they can try to impeach Donald Trump, did you hear what happened over the weekend? Oh, what's the guy's name? Some Democrat has now filed articles of impeachment against Donald
not again.
Trump. Yeah, they won't stop.
There's got to be a record for how many times one guy's been trying to impeach.
Oh,
right?
he's already broken that record. I
what
guarantee
are we at,
you.
8, 9?
Probably, yeah. So now the question is, what kind of an impact will this have? When you have, and again, it depends on how they formulate the whole thing, but ultimately that could give more power to the Democrats. And this guy Fishback, this hedge fund guy, he is sounding the alarm on this. He is taking this very seriously.
The truth is that no, Trump voters and the president himself are not actually concerned that Elon Musk is going to somehow take over and replace our movement. Our concern is rooted in something called math. The probability, as low as it might be, that he could pick up a couple seats by dividing a few races, taking votes away from good Republican candidates in the midterms, and then in the face of a very slim majority, which we face right now, we're seeing that as the big, beautiful bill plays out, that the Democrats return to power, that Hakeem Jeffries, Jasmine Crockett, AOC, and Nancy Pelosi are back to calling the shots in D.C. and for the country again. We cannot let that happen.
I want you to think about this. So Elon Musk has just spent the last how many months heading up Doge and calling out all of their spending, all of their crazed spending on stupid stuff. One could say they're illegal spending, but we'll have to see if the Republicans ultimately investigate all of that. But why would he want to do this? Elon Musk is like the crazy ex-girlfriend you never wanted. You know what I'm talking about? Or the crazy ex you've never wanted?
Yeah.
It's like he's just going to burn everything to the ground because he is angry. So Mark Cuban, by the way, of course, trying to help out Elon because it would help out the Democrats. So, of course, Elon Musk is trying to get help from the Democrats like Mark Cuban because if those votes in the House of Representatives, if they do get split, then guess what happens? Then what you're doing is you're raising the support ultimately of the Democrat because you are splitting the conservative vote. And Joan, you and I spoke about this last week, as a matter of fact. And so there's a lot here. And there's a lot to be worried about, in my opinion, with Elon Musk, not really for the presidency, but for the House of Representatives, which could be huge for Mark Cuban, Mike Pence, and the rest of the Democrats.
We cannot let that happen. Elon Musk is a great man. We need his leadership in the private sector with Tesla and with SpaceX and with Neuralink. But we need to leave the country and our future back in the hands of President Trump. We are doing that. And we need to continue to support our president at this pivotal moment as we approach the 4th of July tomorrow. We are celebrating our independence, of course, from Britain long ago, a tyrant. But we're also reminded that this fight we pay for with eternal vigilance, mindful that at any time our movement and our liberties can be undermined. And we must never, ever take that for granted.
Yeah, this guy again. He is a hedge fund manager named James Fishback, and he is sounding the alarm on this. And so he's actually taken the next step. He, I guess, had a big deal with Tesla that he was going to roll out next week. He's actually pulled out of that deal, which, of course, what does it do? It screws Tesla. So we'll have to see ultimately what Elon does. He's got a lot of Democrats, a lot of never-Trumpers, and they are supporting Elon in this endeavor because it'll help the Democrats as a party. We'll have to see if Elon ultimately gets bored. But he really is like a, what do you call it, Joan, when a woman gets denied? What do they call it? Oh, what do they call women that are angry?
Angry woman.
No, there's a saying, and it's dropped out of my head right now.
There's nothing worse than a
woman
scorned.
Scorned. Elon Musk is like a
woman scorned.
Scorned, but he's a dude. There you go.
I kind of knew what the answer was, but I was scared to was I going to get this wrong? Is she in trouble?
Between the two of us, we have a single brain cell in operation today.
Listen, in fairness,
my thought was just woman, just woman. I don't know.
In fairness to Joan and I, between the storms and the leftover fireworks that people were shooting out, last night outside of our homes, we probably
some after 2. I had it over the weekend as well. No idea why they were so late.
We probably got a couple of hours sleep between us, so that's why we're.
Somebody got a discount on the late purchase of firearms.
My goodness
fireworks.
Gracious. It was like, I mean, I remember, and I'm not hating on anybody, my neighbors. I love all my neighbors. But, I'm trying to sleep. And it was like every time I started nodding off, the fireworks started sounding. So, yep. So, love you folks that you listen. Joan and I were counting down. We are counting down to 9 o'clock. Well, me and 9, Joan. What did time? 11, 12 o'clock?
10:30.
10:30. Okay, very good.
Some of us don't get off that early.
Yeah, woman scorned. Okay, now everybody's a woman scorned, man. It's woman scorned. Man, you should know that by now. It's woman scorned. You've had a lot of them. Hey, Joan, what's coming up?
Got an update here on the Central Texas flash flooding disaster. Also, TDOT is out with a warning about some rolling roadblocks on a major road. All of that and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:24. My friends can stop texting me now. I got it. Woman scorned. Good Lord. I got like 5 people. I didn't know all my friends listened to this show, actually. But they're all helping me out. It is a woman scorned. Thank you. The one woman, by the way, that did not text me was my own wife telling me that it is a woman scorned. All right, moving right along. Dan Mandis here. The weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. Now, the Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and yes, financing is available. So call them, 615-879-1952. We've got some possibility of storms actually all week. Don't be left in the dark. Call my friends at the Generator Supercenter of Nashville, 615-879-1952. The website, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com. $7:52, I should say $7:25, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, I've been talking about the Glock store for years and years. Now, these folks, they helped me buy my first gun. It is where I continue to train. Now, if you need a new firearm, they've got all the Glocks out there that you need, factory and custom. And don't forget the wildly popular Trump Glock as well. Now, they've got all of those accessories that people love. I mean, I've got all of these, by the way. The red and the green dot optics, upgraded triggers. The lowest prices on Glock magazines in the country can be found at the Glock store. Not just on sale every once in a while, but every single day at the Glock store. And by the way, don't forget about bullets. You just buy a 10-round test pack of 9mm ammo at the Glock store, and you can test fire any Glock in the rental department. And let me tell you, they've got some cool Glocks back there in the rental department at the Glock store, including, by the way, the Glock 43X, the most popular handgun in America. So buy, upgrade, or train at the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online anytime. Glockstore.com and shoot270.com. $7:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I tried to book Joe and Scott Desjardins for the radio program today.
Did he refuse you again?
No, he didn't refuse me, but he did say, I got 3 words. You know what he said? I'm sleeping in.
So that's a no.
He was like, I'm not doing the 6 o'clock. I'll come on at the 7. So we'll see how awake Congressman Scott Desjardins is coming up at 7:35. Going to talk about all of the behind-the-scenes intrigue on the passing of the big, beautiful bill. What happened, what didn't happen, it is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning now, 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a car off the road on I-40 westbound just past Veterans Parkway. It's in the tree line at the moment. There is a wrecker on the scene, but it's causing a big delay. I-40 westbound right past Veterans Parkway. We'll check in again right after the news. The death toll now stands at 82 after flash flooding in central Texas. More than 40 people are still missing. ABC's Allison Kosick says that the owner of the girls' Christian camp at the center of the flooding has reportedly died after trying to save the girls.
Those who knew Camp Mystic's owner, Dick Eastland, say he died heroically, trying to rescue campers. His grandson writing, if he wasn't going to die of natural causes, this was the only other way, saving the girls that he so loved and cared for. Once was lost, but now I'm found. On Friday, hundreds of girls able to evacuate from Camp Mystic sang songs through their tears as they rode a bus through the devastation.
Among the girls who died, Janie Hunt, the 9-year-old cousin of Kansas City Chiefs owner make that Clark Hunt. More rain is expected, and there is actually a flash flood warning in the same area today. 3 people were hit by gunfire during the downtown Nashville Let Freedom Sing celebration. Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
Metro Police say a woman was waiting on a shuttle near 7th Avenue and Broadway when she was hit in her chest. Another woman was getting into a ride share on Demumbrian Street when she felt something hit her face, and a man was hit in the foot. All 3 were treated at Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
More than 360,000 people attended that event. If you're an I-40 commuter, got a heads up for you. The Tennessee Department of Transportation plans to replace an overhead sign. So it's announcing overnight lane closures in both directions from exit 201 to 204, beginning tonight through Wednesday. It's a rolling roadblock. You'll notice it from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., and they'll be replacing the trusses that hold the sign up because they were struck by a truck earlier this year. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Nick Jones, 733. Dan Mandis here. If you're maxed out on credit cards, if you're struggling with high-interest debt, you could pay it all off in just days. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can get cash out right now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto, it is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. That is a huge turnaround. My friends at Loan Pronto can do the same thing for you. Your home equity is yours, and you should use it. So get cash to consolidate your debt down to one easy, low monthly payment. Call right now to start the conversation, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. You can find them online anytime at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Zentex. Yes, you all have been making fun of me because my upstairs bathroom does have holes in it. In the bathtub, it is really ugly. It does need a lot of work. My friends at Zentex, they can help me and they can help you. If you've got a bathtub that needs work, they've been in business since 2001 and they are here to help you right now. Now, Zentex, they can remodel your shower, remodel your bathtub, or even convert your bathtub into a walk-in shower. Now, these types of home improvements can increase the value of your home. And Zentex, they can have it wrapped up in a day. Now, this is an award-winning company that offers limited lifetime warranties for both their products and their installation. you can make your bathroom safer with a walk-in shower complete with grab bars and a bench seat. Now, this is a great way to help the older folks in your life who need that assistance support. So fix, remodel, or convert your tub into a shower today with Zintex. Now, that phone number is 629-258-7747. 629-258-7747. They've got a great deal going on right now. You mentioned WTN in my name. You get $1,750 off or no interest for 24 months, whichever works best for you. And also no payments for 2 years. Zintex, Zintex.com.
Opryland, it's a crash. Briley Parkway southbound side at McGavick Pike, exit 12. It takes out the right shoulder. In Royal Hill, 24, westbound past Bell Road, exit 59. There's a crash there, and the right shoulder is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Going to say good morning to Congressman Scott Desjardins. Congressman, always great to have you on. How are you this morning?
Doing great, thank you.
Well, you sound nice and awake. We were actually joking before you came on how awake you would be because I tried to, how dare I tried to book you for the 6 o'clock hour. You said, I'm sleeping in. So talk about how you're feeling this morning. And I really, there's a number of things I want to talk about. Number one is how everything unfolded on Wednesday night, Thursday morning when it was passed, but also what's been going on since. And so you're now home, but I mean, it's been a long journey.
It was a busy, kind of wild, crazy, frustrating week, but I should have been on at 6. I was up at 5:30 this morning. I'm turning into you.
Well, then you'd have to get up at midnight because that's when I start my show prep.
How do you? Okay, so we did a show the other night at like 2 in the morning, and you were doing a show that was, I guess, an all-nighter. How often do you do that, and how do you do it?
Red Eye Radio, and I do that, I think, about 4 or 5 weeks a year. I think it's a nationally syndicated show, and I'm on the air typically, depending on what day it is, from either my home or here at the radio station. And I do midnight to 5, and then I'm on the air 5 to 9. And I'll start to do prep maybe at like 8 o'clock or 8 p.m. leading into the midnight show. Don't ask me how I do it because nobody really knows. I don't even know, except that it's a really, really difficult week when I do those. But, it was great because when all of this was unfolding Wednesday night, Thursday morning, you came on the air with me and gave me a little bit of play-by-play. Talk about, because it was like, okay, y'all can go home. Then it's like, oh, no, you have to come back. And it was just sort of back and forth. It was just, it was crazy, all of the behind-the-scenes shenanigans.
Okay, so it's kind of like in medicine when you're on call. You sleep with one eye open because you don't really know what's going to happen. And, we knew it was going to go into the night, but we got a call. I can't remember what time you and I talked, maybe 2 in the morning, something like that. And then we get a call that they're starting debate on the bill at 3, and that's supposed to go for an hour, but we know it'd go a little longer. But they said you're supposed to vote at 5. So, I got up, showered, went into the office, and sat there and drank coffee. And they moved it to 6, and then they moved it to 7, and then Jeffries kept talking, and then it was 8, and finally they just decided that we were going to vote whenever he was done. And I thought, okay, this guy's going to go for the record because Pelosi had spoken for, I don't remember, 8 hours, and McCarthy spoke for 8 hours and 32 minutes and whatever it was. But anyways, he rambled on up there for 8 hours and 45 minutes saying basically nothing. And I think it was pretty frustrating for everything. I don't even think his own team knew he was going to do it. He just decided to do it. And I listened to part of it, but I don't know if you did. It really wasn't saying anything, just everything Trump does is bad.
I wasn't, Congressman, if I may, I was not going to dignify his long, drawn-out lying speech with listening to too much of it. I played 20 seconds on the radio, and that was about it. One of the things I find fascinating about this whole thing is, you had some of these congressmen, Republicans, that had to be convinced that they needed to vote for the big, beautiful bill. And they were going to be, no votes, no votes, no votes until they were yes votes. What happened in the final hour? Do you know?
Yeah, it really is amazing because, you saw that there was a group and they kind of stick together, and it's some form of negotiation. It's like they probably knew all along that they were going to vote for it. We kind of had to. And in all honesty, everything in this bill is not perfect, but I would say we accomplished more in this one bill than we did in his entire first term. We had all kinds of things we wanted to do that first term back in 2017. The tax cuts were about the only thing we got done, and people forget how much it helped them. And had that expired, they would have learned in a hurry that they missed that. But there were other things in there that dealt with energy independence and border security. And there used to be this concept in America where, if you are able to work, you should do your share, you should help pull the wagon, not just sit in it. And people are freaking out because now, we're asking people who can work that they should work. And in a state like Tennessee, every person that comes to my office to talk to me about their business complains about workforce problems, that they don't have enough people to do jobs. And so to say, you can't work, or you shouldn't work, or you don't want to work, I mean, for all of us that do and pay taxes, it should be pretty refreshing to know that we're taking steps to actually ask people to pitch in a little bit instead of just take from the government. It used to be kind of shameful to, if you had to be on food stamps, maybe you had to because you were in a tough time, or maybe you had to be on Medicaid because, you're going through a rough time, you were sick, and that's what those safety nets are for. But it became just a way of life, and everyone thought, well, hell, everyone else is doing it, I'm going to do it too. And so in this bill, for first time in a long time, we're actually asking people to pitch in and help with the country. I mean, help do your part, and if you need help, there's still help there. So I don't understand why it's such a tough concept. I mean, to go off on a rant here, but the people that are complaining about this bill have kind of forgotten what America was about, built on, and how it's supposed to function.
Well, and I'll tell you that for people that need a reminder, go to my X feed. Congressman, I don't know if you've seen this yet. Go to my X feed at Dan Manda's Show, and there is a video that went viral, and you got a bunch of, it's like a family, and they're dancing at the checkout after spending $3,000 at Walmart on EBT food stamps. And apparently this is what she does. And they are clearly ripping off the system. And I will mention, you talked about how people are ripping off the government. They're really ripping off all of us because those are our taxpayer dollars that people are using. And these folks, this took the internet and social media by storm over the weekend because you have this family and they are doing this happy dance because they have once again been able to rip off the American taxpayer by clearly going to Walmart. And this is a woman, clearly she's dancing around. She could be working, but I don't know what her situation is, but it looks to me like it is more waste, fraud, and abuse. These are the kinds of things that really tick people off. So, I mean, if you want to go see it, find it on my X feed at Dan Manda's Show. More with Congressman Scott DesJarlais is coming up next. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Rural Hill, 24 westbound past Bell Road, accident on the shoulder involving two tractor trailers. No problems on 40 or 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather for today, we are going to have some possible thunderstorms. High of 92, going to feel like 100 degrees. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so Congressman Scott DesJarlais, I almost called you Scott Green. Congressman Scott DesJarlais, let's talk a little bit about the reaction to the big, beautiful bill, because if you listen to the media and the Democrats, James Carville even said that there was going to be a lot of Republicans voted out of office because this big, beautiful bill is extremely unpopular. I've stopped really paying attention to polls, but it's hard for me to believe that a bunch of tax breaks are unpopular.
Yeah, polls and trolls. I tell you, they're out there, and you have social media. I have social media. When Biden was in office, I could post something, and you wouldn't hear from these people. Ever since Trump's been there, it doesn't matter what we post, how positive it is. I mean, there are people out there, the keyboard warriors, that just find a way to complain about everything. And I think Trump derangement syndrome is real. Some people just can't stand the guy for whatever reason, and I think a lot of it's the media, because they demonized him to such a great extent. But yet Biden, who we know was not able to function, kind of got a pass. Hunter Biden got a pass. Hillary Clinton got a pass. But Trump's just this terrible guy. I think he really wants to help the country, and I think he's the businessman, and he's trying to rebuild our economy by bringing manufacturing back, actually asking people to work and contribute. And we'll see. I mean, we'll see in a year when we have the midterms how things are going. But, a few months ago, Trump had tanked the stock market because he was doing these tariff deals. It was down to whatever. Everyone's 401ks were off 15, 20, 30%. Well, guess what? It's like almost like record highs right now. And I get it. That could change. That, months from now we could be talking it's gone the other way. But the inflation rate is down. The job numbers are up. Things are working. And so, I felt like if we didn't pass this bill, you talked about the people that, need to get attention or try to get special, maybe they have needs for their district. Lisa Murkowski certainly in the Senate got things done that, were for her. But unfortunately, that's the way government works. You have to work with people to get things done. But we'll see. I mean, let's see where we're at a year from now. Everyone liked Trump's economy back in 2017, and I think the economy's getting better. I saw gas prices like $2.40 up around Nashville when I was coming home the other day, and I think egg prices are down, and there's just a whole lot of good things going on. We destroyed a lot of Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Yeah.
I think our adversaries respect us again. They think we had an incredible mission with the B-2 bombers, and we got a B-21 that's coming out that makes that thing look like a toy. And so I think for the rest of the world, they see us strong again. They see our recruitment's up. The Army has met their recruitment. It was down 25%. And there's just so many good things happening. So Carville and those guys can say we're going to take a beating in the midterms, and that's pretty typical. When a president gets elected, the midterms tend to go the wrong way. But if you do the right thing, and people are starting to feel like, okay, the border's secure, the military's better, I've got money in my pocket, the stock market's up, I think we have a pretty good chance of keeping the House, and I think we'll keep the Senate, and so time will tell. We'll see how this bill works out. But people elected him because they wanted something different. And so we came together and we did, big, beautiful bill. Trump always has to have fancy names, and that annoys some people. We got the Golden Dome that we're supposed to build to help protect America, and people are complaining about that.
Alligator Alcatraz, one of my all-time favorite Trump names.
Yeah, he has some dandies, but I just think that we're in a pretty good place right now, and now we can get back. We can get our defense authorization bill done. We can get our farm bill done. We were kind of paralyzed till we got this done, and it was hard. And credit to Speaker Mike Johnson. A lot of people like, who is this guy? Looks like Mr. Peabody, whatever. He's very sincere. He's very genuine. I don't think he's cutting side deals like some other speakers have done. It's just like, hey, team, let's get together. We put Trump in office. He's the quarterback or he's the coach. Let's run his plays. People elected him. I mean, they elected us too, but they elected us to promote his agenda, and I think that's what we're doing. So all the naysayers, heck, they may be right about some things, but I think we did a lot of good things with this bill, and I think Trump's vision for America is not because he wants to be king, or he just wants to be a better place the way it used to be, and so I'm I've been telling people I'm more optimistic now than I've been since I've been in office, and I think we're going to continue to do good things.
All right, Congressman Scott Desjardins, always appreciate having you on. Great analysis and insight as always. And we'll look forward to speaking to you again sometime soon. 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. By the way, programming note, I think is Murphy Show back today? Murphy Show is back today, isn't he?
I don't know.
I believe that Murphy Show, I happen to know for a fact that Murphy Show is back today, which means that Chris Hand
Then why'd you ask us?
is going to be back
Right.
at 8:35.
Is it a guessing game?
Yeah.
I was just testing you, KGB and Joan.
I see.
You act like I pay attention after 9 a.m.
And you know, the funny thing is you both failed.
It's just like in high school.
All right, 7:51 on Super Talk 99.7. So definitely looking forward to Murphy Show getting back in the afternoon, 3 to 7.
That means we get the crisscross back.
We get the crisscross back.
Ah.
That's exactly right. Can't wait to talk to
There we
Chris.
go.
It's been so long since I've seen Chris. Looking forward to that. At 8:35, at 8:06, we have State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. He's going to be joining us again at about 8:06. And Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, why residents in Central Texas are on the edge again this morning. And a Murfreesboro family, well, they set their own home on fire. We'll tell you why they're not being charged. That and more coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Personally, I think it was Scott Bessent that gave Elon Musk the black eye. I think it was Scott Bessent. Because I think Bessent is like, he looks very bookwormy.
He
type,
does.
You know, very bookish.
He's a nerd, big time.
You got to watch the nerds, man.
Yeah.
Because you never know when they're going to come in with a left hook. Anyway, all right, 7:52. Guys, if you are over 40, if you're running low on energy, maybe you're just feeling off, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, and join lots of guys who are going through the same thing as you. Now, you know they've got clinics all over Nashville, and they're really easy to get to. You walk in, you see a real medical provider, and you get that energy back. No complicated process, just results. And remember, these treatment plans, they are tailor-made just for you at the Low T Center. You can get treatments at the clinic, or you could be treated at home. But either way, you're always going to get the highest quality of care. And right now, you can get a free consultation. And if you qualify, treatment is covered by most major medical insurance. So reclaim that energy and become you again. And by the way, they can also help with prescription weight loss options as well. So head on over to lowtcenter.com and book your appointment today. That is lowtcenter.com. Simple, quick, and totally worth it. 7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, folks asking Joan Jones what we did for fireworks in the 4th of July.
Yeah.
So just real quick.
You had the best time.
Because I don't want to dwell on it, but we had the best of plans that completely went awry. So we actually, it's always been a dream of mine. I kid you not. It's been a dream of mine to watch fireworks from a rooftop bar kind of a thing. So we finally did it. We bought tickets. They were expensive, but we bought tickets at a rooftop bar. Got up there. We got up there early, Joan.
Yeah.
They had no seats. They had no chairs whatsoever. So literally, we paid, I don't know how much they were, but they were expensive. And we're standing there. And we're expected to stand there for like hours. And people are complaining, and older people are like, can we get some chairs? You know what I mean? They had some chairs and some tables, but clearly not enough for all the people that had bought tickets.
Did you ask for your money back?
No.
You should have.
Amy didn't want me to cause a scene. Because, I can be loud and belligerent at times.
Which bar?
So I don't want to say. I actually don't want to say. Just because I don't want to. That's not what I do. So, but I'll deal with the business. So we ended up walking from the hotel. We said, you know what? We're going to go in. And we went in. We walked on Broadway. We got in there. We smelled a lot of pot. Good Lord, people. And just walking through Nashville. And we ended up at Ascend Amphitheater. And we sat there. And we watched the fireworks. And we listened to the Nashville Symphony. And it was great. We had the best time. So, I mean, that's what we're going to do next year is like shine the stupid rooftop stuff because, that was a train wreck. But just go hang out at Ascend Amphitheater and listen to the band play and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that's what I did. A train wreck turned into an amazing evening with my lovely wife. And we're probably going to do something like that again next year. We'll find out what Joan did coming up at 8:35 when Chris Hand joins us for the handoff. And I bet you Chris did something cool as well. All right. Coming up next, we have Senate Majority Leader for the state of Tennessee, Jack Johnson, going to talk about the big, beautiful bill and its impacts on Medicaid and other programs here in the state of Tennessee.
Good morning. It's now 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we are learning this morning that Camp Mystic in Hunt, Texas, has an update this morning. And they're saying that they are mourning the loss of 27 campers and counselors following the flooding there on the Guadalupe River over the 4th of July weekend. And in Texas this morning, there is a fresh warning from the National Weather Service for another 4 to 10 inches of rain and more flash flooding. Rescuers are still searching for dozens of people who are still missing after that flash flood on the Guadalupe River.
Rescuers growing desperate to find the missing and recover those swept away by the historic flash floods that left over 40 missing. In the pre-dawn hours of July 4th, waters rising 26 feet in less than an hour. Many still asleep. The ground dried by drought acted like concrete, sending the water rushing straight into river basins.
That's ABC's Matt Gutman reporting from Kerrville, Texas. The death toll remains at 82 at this hour. Closer to home, the parents of Jocelyn Escalante are suing Metro Nashville schools. The 16-year-old was the one who was killed in a shooting at Antioch High School in January. Now her family argues that Metro Nashville schools should have known that the shooter posed a danger to students and should have taken steps to prevent violence. The school's weapon detection system also failed to detect the shooter's firearm. The parents are seeking $700,000 in damages. A Murfreesboro home was damaged by a fire on Friday night. Channel 4's Amanda Hara.
Fire crews were able to put out the flames before they spread to the inside of the home. Fire investigators say the fire was caused by used fireworks that were thrown into a plastic trash can right beside the home.
Now, damage fortunately was limited to the home's siding and a nearby vehicle. Fire officials say it's best to soak used fireworks in water for several hours before discarding them in a trash can. A Nashville man has been charged with child endangerment and drug possession charges after he left his 2-year-old autistic child locked inside a truck at the Tanger Outlets in 90-degree weather. Police say that truck was left running with the windows down. And using video, they were able to identify 37-year-old Daryl Lockridge that he had been in the mall alone for 40 minutes. During a search, police found a pipe, methamphetamines, and more than $400 in cash. And to Springfield, where police are working a mystery. A human leg discovered on Friday in a creek near the Sulphur Creek Memorial Boulevard Bridge. The case has been handed over to the TBI. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures this morning in the red. We've got Dow futures minus 30, NASDAQ futures now down 96, and the S&P futures losing 17. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So in Brentwood, there's road work and one lane open right now on Concord Road westbound between or just past Green Hills Boulevard. Rolling Mill Hill, Hermitage Avenue at Driftwood Street. That's a crash there, and some injuries are reported. And Metro Center 65 on the southbound side past Rosa Parks Boulevard, exit 85. Watch out there for another crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN for Monday, July 7th of 2025. Hope you're doing well and want to welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. Good morning, Senator. How are you?
Hey, Dan, I'm great. Good morning to you.
All right. So I wanted to have you on because this gets really wonky. And I know that, like, you speak wonk. So you're going to help us because, you know, those of us who are have been watching the reaction to the big, beautiful bill, Medicaid, people are going to die, the whole thing. So I wanted to have you on regarding specifically the impacts of the big, beautiful bill on the state of Tennessee when it comes to Medicaid, TennCare, the whole thing. So remember, just for folks, and feel free to drill down a little bit on this, Senator, but Medicaid provides free or low-cost health care to those that are eligible. Our Medicaid is TennCare. The rhetoric on the left is, I saw this in an article, 9 hospitals in Tennessee could close, rural areas could be negatively impacted, and millions could get their benefits cut off. That's a lot of coulds. So, Jack Johnson, what is reality?
Well, thanks for the opportunity to try to clear this up a little bit. And I'm certainly not an expert on this, but let me tell you from my vantage point as a member of the Tennessee General Assembly, first and foremost, we have, I would argue, the best run Medicaid program in the country. We call it TennCare in Tennessee. It is a Medicaid waiver program. And so it's not necessarily run the way it is run in other states. And our waiver program allows us to employ a number of efficiencies that make us a very well-run program. I heard Congressman Desjardins, he said it very well. We want people to have access to health care when they legitimately cannot get access to it. And the vast majority of people on our TennCare program in Tennessee are children or pregnant women or the elderly who are in nursing homes and can't afford their own nursing home care. If you recall back during the Obamacare debate, there was a big discussion about, are you going to expand Medicaid? Are you going to expand your Medicaid rolls to allow able-bodied working adults on the program? That's what President Obama wanted to do as part of Obamacare. A number of states, including Tennessee, refused to do that. So we don't have a lot of able-bodied working adults on our Medicaid program. So what President Trump is trying to do is go after waste, fraud, and abuse, and we should all celebrate that. There should not be any waste, fraud, and abuse. What I'm telling you is we have little. I'm not going to say it's never going to be zero, but we have very little waste, fraud, and abuse in our program. So I don't expect any significant impacts to our Medicaid program.
And is it the same for SNAP benefits? Like basically the same answer?
It is, but here's the great thing about what they did in the big beautiful bill relative to SNAP benefits is it's going to make it easier for states, and we already had some work requirements. But if you are able-bodied, if you can actually work, then we are going to make you either work, even if it's a part-time job, in order to be eligible for those SNAP benefits. And if you're not working, then we're going to make you demonstrate that you're actively trying to pursue employment. If you are able-bodied, we have a record low unemployment in the state of Tennessee. Again, Congressman Desjardins talked about, I hear the same thing. Businesses in Tennessee are struggling to find employees. There's no excuse for an able-bodied working person to not be working in the state of Tennessee. It may not be the job you want. It may not be the career you want, but you can be working, and you shouldn't be able to collect SNAP benefits if you're able-bodied and not be at least looking for a job.
So how do you enforce that? Like if somebody says, well, I'm looking, and you're looking at this person, able-bodied, they've gone ahead and applied for like 20, 25 jobs, but they say that they just can't find anything. At what point is there some sort of an enforcement mechanism to say, you know what, we're calling BS and you got to go out and, figure out how to make it on your own? No more SNAP benefits for you.
Yes, absolutely. We have the authority to check in with those employers. The individual who is collecting those benefits is required to provide documentation that they applied for X number of jobs. And if they're not doing that, and we have the authority to follow up and check with those employers. And so we'll call ABC Plumbing Company and say, Joe Smith says he applied for a job here. Did you offer him or her a job? And they say, yeah, we offered him a job. He says he was declined a job. So there are ways to enforce it. And that's a good thing because, again, if you're able-bodied, we understand people go through difficult times, and you should be eligible for some benefits to get you through it. But it should be temporary, and especially when we've created one of the strongest job markets in the entire country right here in Tennessee, there's really very little excuse for an able-bodied person to not be working.
Last question on this, because I do find it interesting. Part of the big, beautiful bill is the other option is you can either get a part-time job. 20 hours a week, by the way, is not a lot of working. I'm just telling you. So that's number one. But number two is there is also an offer to, I guess, is it help out in the community, serve the community? Is that option here in Tennessee?
So states have the ability to create that option to you can have an education component in there if for example you are trying to better yourself by gaining some additional job skills. That's an option that states can employ. And yes, you can also utilize volunteerism in there. I think we should focus more on actually working, supporting yourself, or trying to gain job skills in order to make yourself more employable.
Jack Johnson, State Senate Majority Leader, is joining us. One big point of contention with the big, beautiful bill was that the federal government wanted to take away states' rights to regulate AI. I thought this was interesting, and it felt like, they kind of try to sneak this in here. Here in Tennessee, of course, with Nashville and gospel and all the music, that is huge. Now, we just passed the Elvis Act last year to protect artists and their voices and likeness from AI. Were you worried that the federal government was going to try and block states' rights to regulate AI? Because this kind of, felt to me like it suddenly appeared, and it took some people aback because they're like, where in the world did this come from?
Yeah, I was very concerned. The House version of the bill, when the House passed it first and then they sent it over to the Senate, they did include a provision in there that created a moratorium on states having any ability to regulate AI. Now, Dan, this is antithetical to everything I believe, and I think you believe, and most of your audience believes. We want states to be laboratories of democracy. We want states to be innovative and do things. I don't like it when the federal government says, hey, states, you can't do this or you can't do that. That's contrary to the 10th Amendment, state sovereignty, and all those very, very important things. We owe an incredible debt of gratitude to our amazing Senator Marsha Blackburn. She led the effort in the Senate to remove that provision from the House bill. She introduced an amendment. It passed 99-1 overwhelmingly in the United States Senate, thanks to Senator Blackburn's leadership. She got that provision removed from the bill. When it went back to the House, of course, they passed the Senate version. So Senator Blackburn really saved the day. And you're right. I led the effort in the Tennessee Senate to pass the Elvis Act. And that's a good example of why states should have the authority to regulate AI. AI is going to do a lot of wonderful things, but it's also very scary. And states need to be able to implement regulations and tools to control AI as they deem appropriate for their particular states. So that provision was removed. States do continue to have the ability to regulate AI, and I think that's a very important thing. And thank you to Senator Blackburn for protecting our right to do that.
All right, it is 8:15 coming up. We've got Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson joining us. Coming up, I'm sure you'll be thrilled, Senator, with the latest Justin Jones update, because it could involve you. It's straight ahead. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, hot, very hot, 92, going to feel like 100 degrees. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, Jack Johnson. So Justin Jones is out there, and he's got a new bill that would ban law enforcement from wearing masks to protect their identities. That has apparently been filed by Justin Jones. Of course, it is called the Stop American Gestapo Act. Is there a need for this?
No, there is no need for that, and I'm not terribly concerned about it. Representative Justin Jones has never passed a bill in the General Assembly, and I don't expect he's going to start passing legislation. Let's be very clear, Dan. Excuse me. You've been kind enough to have me on your show to talk about this very, very issue, and I've been on with Matt about it as well. The left wants to dox our law enforcement. They want to reveal the identities of our brave men and women at the state, local, and federal levels who are trying to enforce the law. They want to reveal their identities, their names, so that people can go and harass them, or maybe even worse, threaten their safety or their safety of their families. We will not stand for that in Tennessee. law enforcement takes all kinds of different forms. Sometimes you have undercover officers, you have officers who are embedded with gangs to try to learn more about their activities. When officers are out there doing their jobs, the left should not have the ability to reveal their identity or operational details of what they're doing, because that threatens all of our safety and could jeopardize the success of the law enforcement activities. If you have an encounter with a law enforcement officer, meaning you get pulled over, or you're involved in some type of an issue and law enforcement detains you, you absolutely have a right to know that they are legitimate law enforcement. I've introduced legislation to prevent the doxing of these law enforcement officers for no other reason other than to try to harass them or jeopardize their safety. That should not be allowed. Nothing in legislation that I've introduced or ever sponsored in any way impedes the ability of someone who is having a legitimate interaction with law enforcement to know their identity and who they are. This is all for show. It's performative on the part of the left, including Representative Jones, and we're going to continue to protect law enforcement.
Love to hear it. All right, one last question. 818 Nashville's Morning News. There is a state petition calling for an end to the grocery tax. Now, I know that this has been spoken about a lot. What's your take?
So I can't support that, and let me tell you why. One of the reasons Tennessee is the best fiscally managed state in America, and we are the most conservative and the best fiscally managed state in America, is because we utilize a consumption tax. That's a sales tax. We don't have a state income tax. We don't have a state property tax. We used to have an inheritance tax. We eliminated that. We used to have a whole investment income tax on investment income. We eliminated that. Tennessee gets roughly 2/3 of its income from consumption taxes. And the great thing about that, Dan, is that it is a broad tax. Everybody chips in a little bit. And, if you're on the lower income scale, you're going to pay less because you don't have as much money to spend. But everybody chips in a little bit. Everybody's helping to pull that wagon just a little bit. The problem with your progressive federal income tax is, as you know, you've got a very, very small percentage of people that are paying the vast majority of the tax. And that's what gets governments in trouble. I believe in consumption taxes. Everybody needs to chip in a little bit. We already have a lower tax on food than we do other items. And I think where we are right now is the best place to leave it. Grocery taxes are your most consistent form of revenue. So if you have a consumption tax, as we do, you're very susceptible to whims in the economy. So when the economy slows down, your revenues go down. Well, the food tax is the most consistent part of that. So I just think we need a broad consumption tax as we do now. And so I cannot support any efforts to repeal the tax on food.
And we will leave it there. Always great to have you on. Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson joining us on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, Israel's prime minister is on his way to the U.S. and how the House of Representatives is about to change once again. That and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 825, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Listen, if you've got a roof and it's older, and if it gets destroyed in a storm, you've got to ask the question of your insurance company. How much of that replacement cost would your insurance company actually cover if it was destroyed? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you've got an older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them at 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review, tkinginsurance.com.
Rolling Mill Hill, Hermitage Avenue.
825, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Joan, do we have a current, hate to be a Danny Downer, but it is the news. Do we have a current number of people dead in the flooding in Texas?
It stands at 82 right now, and the most recent news is that the people at the camp, at that Camp Mystic, where there were hundreds of girls, that camp now says they have 26 girls and counselors that have been confirmed to have died from that camp.
And there's still a lot of folks missing?
Yeah, there's like dozens.
Okay.
Dozens, 40-some people still missing.
You know, you listen to the audio of some of the kids that were survivors to this thing, and it is amazing. This one brother and two brothers, and they spoke about how the water was rising in their cabin.
My brother here, he had to swim out of his cabin. The flood started getting bigger, and it was going up to, we have bunk beds in our cabins, and it was going up to the top bunk and one choice, and we had to swim out of our cabins.
I mean, the rafters, right?
Yeah.
So like they're up by the ceiling.
It's so frightening that I found myself over the weekend, I couldn't even listen to stuff like that because it's so heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. And,
It's overwhelming.
We were talking about how these floodwaters, they just, they're deep and they're thick and they're fast and
They're
they're
very
muddy.
fast.
And, we're talking earlier about, if a kid didn't know how to swim, but then I made the comment as well that it may not have mattered if they did, because when you're trapped in these floodwaters, you're surrounded by like branches and objects and all these things. And so even if you could swim, a lot of these kids and a lot of people, they get wrapped up in all of those things and they get dragged under. Those same kids spoke about being on their mattresses as the mattresses were slowly floating up to the ceiling.
I'm one of the campers from Camp Lahana, one of the camps that flooded, and I had a firsthand view of the flood, and the cabins were flooding and the walls were they broke down. And all of the campers in those cabins had to go up on the rafters, and they had to wait there until they could swim out. But on the way here, we saw all of the other camps destroyed, obliterated.
And, when you have these kinds of tragedies, you cover the tragedy, but then you have to remember that there are a lot of heroes that have saved a lot of people. One guy who is a Coast Guard swimmer, Scott Ruskin,
yes,
saved 169 people. 169 people through his rescue efforts. And a guy named Glenn overnight at that Camp Mystic. Glenn was in a building with a bunch of little girls, and the water was slowly rising. He saved all of their lives as well. So within the devastation and within the heartbreak, there are some incredible heroes that should be recognized as well. Coming up next, it is the return of Chris Hand to the middays. Straight ahead, Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're already at 82 degrees. There is a chance of thunderstorms later, too, so stick around for Stefano's forecast right after the news. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on his way to the U.S. now. He's scheduled to meet with President Trump this evening. They'll talk about the possibility of a Hamas-Israel ceasefire in the Gaza war. ABC's Jordana Miller reports from Jerusalem.
Hamas says that they have a positive response. They've had a positive response to the president's latest Gaza ceasefire deal. And Netanyahu largely has echoed that positive response, but he has said on our terms. And there are still some very big gaps that have to be bridged to reach the finish line.
That Gaza war ceasefire proposed by President Trump. Well, it's official. Tennessee Republican Congressman Mark Green announced his official resignation from Congress. It was on Friday, a move that should shrink the GOP's already narrow majority in the House. A replacement's already being talked about. State Representative Jody Barrett tells Dan Mandis he's running for the seat on his record.
They can choose a blank slate bureaucrat who has no record, who's been handpicked by the establishment, or a PAC purchase puppet who's going to do whatever the PAC money tells them to do, or they can choose a conservative fighter who's got a record that you can look at for 3 years to see exactly how I voted. You can see the legislation that I have run, so you don't have to guess what I'll do when I get to D.C. You can already see.
Tennessee Department of General Services Commissioner Matt Van Epps also says he'll run for that seat. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Starting off in the red on trading on Wall Street today, the Dow Jones Industrials minus 125. NASDAQ falling 99 at the start here. S&P 500 index is minus 22. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. You know, I've been telling you for years about USS, United Structural Systems. They're experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and this is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, we had, I don't know about you, but my neck of the woods, we had a ton of rain last night, big time rain. So what you need to do is go down into your basement or your crawl space and see if you find any water or moisture. If you do, well, that means that you have some waterproofing issues. My friends at USS, they can help you. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied clients. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. And this guy gives USS 5 stars all the way, and so do I. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Dan Mandis here, 834, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Contours, listen, they are in the middle of their summertime special. So right now, if you want one of their incredible belly buster treatments, Call them right now. First 10 callers get it for $99. The Belly Buster Special from Contours, 615-236-9960. And take advantage of Contours red light technology. It not only is incredibly unique, cutting edge, but it is also effective. As a matter of fact, most folks lose 2 inches across the middle. I did, and Chad Benson is going as well. I almost said Chris Hand is going, but I know you don't need to go, Chris. You give it a few years, you'll be in there just like me and Chad. Contours. Folks have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check them out, and you can go to their website and see how that belly buster therapy featuring red light technology actually works. The first 10 callers right now gets the summer special for just $99. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960, ContoursLLC.com.
It's road work in Brentwood on Concord Road, westbound past Green Hills Boulevard. One lane is open there, and Rolling Mill Hill, it's a crash at Hermitage Avenue and Driftwood Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. It's time for the crisscross because Chris is finally showing up for work.
I know, it's weird.
Where in the world have you been?
It's weird to be here with you guys in the morning.
Yeah. Well, did you have fun in the afternoon?
I did. We had a blast.
Okay.
But nothing compares to the crisscross handoff.
I've always said that.
I know.
It's exactly right. Joan, say hi to Chris.
Hey, Chris.
What's up, Joan?
Wow.
I see Chris at church on Sundays.
Yeah, I saw Joan yesterday.
Oh, whatever. All right, fine. Be that way. Real quickly, because I spoke about my July 4th. Joan, what did you do for the 4th of July?
I mean, honestly, not a whole lot. We were in Murfreesboro at our son's home, and, there's babies involved, so they have to go to sleep at a certain time. So it wasn't like we went out to go see a big fireworks display, but what we did was just walk down the driveway, and so many people in the neighborhood had really professional looking fireworks displays going on.
Yep.
I mean, we could stand in one place and watch 6 or 7 different fireworks displays all around us. It was crazy cool.
Now, Chris, and we'll get you in a second, KGB, but so just so you know, way before you were born, Joan and I remember when all we had was sparklers.
Oh, is that so?
And now you can just light these things off, and it looks like it's really professional.
It does.
Yep, that's what we did.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, we had our own in the back little common area.
What?
There's like a little
back little common area.
By,
Is that
by
otherwise
the pool.
known as the backyard?
By the pool. No, the neighborhood.
Oh, you've got a neighborhood thing.
We went to the common area.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. We lit our own off.
Did you?
But we went to Watertown. And we hung out with one Brian Wilson.
Oh, did you?
Which I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's very underrated how fun it is to hear the kids go, "Hey, Mr. Wilson! Hey, Mr. Wilson!" over and over and over again.
Right?
That's funny.
I'm a big fan of that. But they did the squirt gun parade in Watertown.
He was talking about the squirt gun parade.
It was the most fun parade I've ever been to, and we didn't leave with a pound of candy that would make RFK blush. So it was a huge win.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Now, did you get pummeled yourself?
I got pummeled. I did.
Yeah.
But Brian brought a cooler full of water and water guns for all of my kids.
Oh, isn't that sweet?
They were suited and booted and ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brian said to my oldest, he goes, now Brooks, in his very Brian Stern voice.
Yes.
There's going to be some politicians I'm going to need you to shoot with that water gun. and my 7-year-old, without missing a beat, says, "You just point out the Democrats, Mr. Wilson, and I'll get them."
Oh,
love that kid.
That is awesome. Very good. So you had
we
sounds
had a
like
blast.
you had a good 4th.
Yeah.
KGB, real quick, what did you guys do?
So I was with my family to start. We had tri-tip. I know that's not a known meat around this area, but it's amazing.
Tri-tip?
If you ever get a tri-tip cut of beef,
You've never had tri-tip?
No, I've never even heard of it.
Oh, my goodness
in the
gracious.
South, it's not known here. So that is, if you ever find tri-tip around here, I highly recommend trying it.
What is it?
Amazing. I don't even know. It's just a good thick cut of beef.
It's a tip of tri.
Yeah.
It's tri-tip.
Obviously.
A tip of tri.
Obviously.
Of course.
Get out.
You know, the tri animal. Whatever.
It's just it's on a juicy part of the cow. It's really good. I highly recommend it. And so after that, I got invited to go to Broadway, and I was hesitant to go at first, but then I was like, I haven't actually seen the fireworks since I've been here in downtown Nashville. So I went, and I was covered in ash and sweat at the end of it.
I will say this, that I was pleasantly surprised. Like, I was expecting, it's Nashville, right? So I'm expecting rainbows all over the place and the fireworks. No, they honored the military.
Yeah, it was awesome.
They
had a drone show.
They had a drone show as well.
Yeah.
And it was great.
Do you think fireworks are going to go the way of the dinosaur because of the drone show?
No, because I don't think it's not the same.
No.
Drones are incredible. Fireworks.
Different vibe. So
That's exactly right.
I was almost at the lake or at the river. I was almost at the river. So the fireworks were literally right above us, and I had an ash go right in my eye.
Wow.
In my bad eye too. So I had a fit. Everyone's like, "You okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, just like the ash, or not the ash, but like the paper of the fireworks were raining down all over us."
Oh, jeez.
Well,
so I was sweaty and covered in this like black ash basically, and I took a long shower when I got home at midnight.
Sounds very attractive. I'm
good.
sure you got a lot of
Good.
girls that night.
well, all right. I'm not gonna kiss and tell on that one.
Oh.
So apparently there were more fireworks than just in the sky.
Right.
Oh.
I plead the fifth on that one.
All right, very good. Hey, I hate to be a Danny Downer. Need some audio. But earlier, Chris, I was talking about all of the heroes in Texas. That,
Yes.
saved some folks.
You got to look for the heroes.
You got to look for the heroes.
Fred Rogers.
Because you know what? If it wasn't for them, all of the attention would be on.
And when the president guts all of the early warning systems and the weathering forecast abilities
Then we got to focus on Rosie O'Donnell.
of the government, these are the results that we're going to start to see on a daily basis because he's put this country in so much danger.
Literally on a daily basis.
She's
people are
still
gonna
in
be-
Ireland, right? She's still far away from us.
She is.
She can't hurt us anymore.
By his horrible, horrible decisions and this ridiculously immoral bill that he just signed into law. As Republicans cheered, people will die as a result, and they've started already. Shame on him. Shame on every GOP sycophant who's listening and following the disastrous decisions of this mentally incapacitated POTUS.
So the best
Shut
part
up, you obnoxious Joe Biden woman.
The best part of all of that is that Trump didn't do anything to harm the abilities of the weathercasters to do what they needed to do that night. They had not only sufficient staffing, they had additional staff that night.
So that's according to the Associated Press. The National Weather Service office in New Braunfels, Texas, had extra staff on duty, where the office would typically have 2 forecasters on duty during bad weather. They had 5 on staff.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And so the amazing thing is they do this. Like Rosie O'Donnell does this, even though she's blatantly wrong. And I'd be willing to bet if watch this. Hey, KGB, I need you to find Rosie on X and see if that is still there.
I can't do that to myself.
So
I
let
can't
us
look
know.
at her. I have to look at her face.
Because I need to know if it's still there. Because you would think that if you posted that and then you realized that you were wrong, that you would take down the video.
Yeah, you'd think.
You would think.
Doubtful.
So we'll have to see. By the way, Joan and I were talking about CNN and how CNN did the same thing. Listen to Dana Bash.
2 Texas National Weather Service offices involved in forecasting and warning about flooding on the Guadalupe River are missing some key staff members. A director of the NWS union told CNN that the Austin San Antonio office is missing a warning coordination meteorologist due to the Trump administration's buyouts. Do you have any indication whether those or other cuts helped play a role in the fact that the people in the flood zone were not prepared and certainly not evacuated?
I mean, clearly.
I love how she said due to the buyouts. Anything else that the Cuts did?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
That person left on their own accord?
Well, and they're talking to a union member.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there is that as well.
And Dana Bash, right after the hurricane in eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, she went on the air and said, please don't blame Joe Biden and FEMA for this.
Oh, did she?
Moments after.
I seem to
like the rain was still
Honestly.
falling, and she said, "Listen, it's not Joe Biden's fault."
I love that Joan called Dana Bash a tool.
She's a tool for the Biden administration.
You could stop a tool. That's okay.
So the National Weather Service issued a flood watch for Kerr County 12 hours in advance, and then issued a flash flood warning 3 hours before the Guadalupe River began to swell.
And they issued a flash flood emergency. So part of the problem, they're trying to figure it out, but part of the problem is, okay, so
In the middle of the night.
all of the proper warnings and watches were issued, including an emergency warning. So why didn't people get them? Well, because it's, as Joan said, number one, it's in the middle of the night. But you know what number two is? That I wonder if people didn't have cell phone signal up there.
I would also argue the flash flood warning, I get them every rainstorm. It becomes wallpaper.
Yes.
It becomes just another notification that you silence. Almost that we're getting too many of them. We're being inundated.
It's desensitizing.
And the flash flood one, I never pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Do you?
No. It depends on where I am, but I mean, like, I live up on top of a hill because I'm like that.
I think the majority of Americans, though, it's wallpaper.
Joan, is it wallpaper to you?
I do look at them, but where, like Chris, where we live is kind of up. I'm in an elevated area. We're not really near any water.
Yeah.
And, you can be anywhere at any time. So you could be driving and that emergency flood warning may not apply to you where you are. It's too, like Chris says, it's desensitizing.
Well, and here's the thing, is that they knew that there was going to be, and I don't want to, second guess anybody. The investigation will figure out what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? They knew that they were going to get heavy rain. They thought they were going to get, between 6 and 7 inches of rain, from what I understand. Turned out, obviously, to be a lot more. But this is Texas. And Texas, this happens in Texas. This happened in Texas there's 3 or 4 other of these kinds of floods where you get all of this. And so I think
I saw one old newscast. It was from the 70s or the 80s, but it was the same town with the same camp and campers being.
87, 2002, 2007, 2015. So this happens. And so
why are people building right on the river like that? There should be more regulations, and I hate regulations, but shouldn't they insist that people build structures away from the shores of a river?
I would think so.
Routinely overflows.
Or when you're talking about,
would you consider that routinely if it's 87, 02, 15, 25?
If you got dozens of dead kids?
Yeah, I think it would be cause.
But Chris brings up a great point.
Yeah.
Because and some of these floodings from earlier, they did have, I don't know if it was to this amount, but they did have fatalities there as well. So I don't know what the answer is. But it's almost like they need somebody at the camp to be awake, to be watching all of the floods and the warnings, because they did come out with emergency flood watch or whatever it was right before it happened.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's horrible. Also, by the way, horrible is the social media that came out. Cry harder. Texas deserves it, wrote one person on X. It's not awful. It's what Texas deserves, wrote another. Here's another one. Ruh-roh, Texas, what you going to do? There's no FEMA to pick you up by your bootstrap. They gave it all to ICE.
Oh, FEMA doesn't go to Trump supporter houses anyway.
That's true.
Here's another one. Texas deserves every flood God has spoken, and it hates Texas. I mean, this is what the left does. So, anyway, we'll continue to talk about that, I'm sure, throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer of a story.
It is a bummer of a story. You've got not such a bummer of a story. It's kind of an odd and peculiar story. How can people see this, by the way?
I'll retweet it out on my X account at Chris Hand on Air.
Wait, send it to Joan first. Can you send Joan? Are you on your phone?
Yes, I am.
I want to get Joan's reaction to what Chris is going to send to you, and then he'll go ahead and post it on his X as well.
Am I not involved? Can he send it to me as well?
You can send it to KGB.
Nah, I'm not gonna.
I trusted you, man.
Did you look at Rosie O'Donnell's Twitter page?
Well, I can't find it. I think it's gone because I just keep seeing the reposting.
Okay.
Because everyone's reposting it.
Okay.
Well, we all know that New York City is very famous for art.
Yes.
Oh, I saw this.
They've done a lot of statues recently. Their public art continues to just amaze and wow the passerbys, and they have a new one. It's called the Foot Fountain.
Oh,
the Foot
so
Fountain.
Weird.
But the problem with the Foot Fountain is it looks like another member of the male anatomy,
Which is a little bit up above the knee.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
And the worst part is that this
yeah.
statue squirts from the top.
Yeah. Why the tongues, though? I don't get that part.
If you want to see this statue, it's on my X account at Chris Hand on Air.
the side of it?
It's mouths with tongues sticking out.
Oh, okay. And you can sit and pedal to make it squirt.
Yeah, you have to work for it.
Clip that.
Okay.
Clip that. The sculpture is going to be on display on the West Side's High Line through May 2026. Argentine artist Mika Rottenberg said Foot Fountain Pink is an overindulgent creature for my drawings.
Overindulging?
It first appeared as a small sculpture while I was doing some craft work with my daughter during the pandemic. It's a weird family. The original version was conceived for the Tingley Museum in Basel and designed as an irrigation fountain to water a flower garden in its radiant footprint, nurturing and connecting with the land it touches.
Now, do you think that they? Yep, I'm looking at it. Clearly, they know that this looks like male anatomy.
Yeah, of course, they're perverts.
It's like the guy that did the Obama painting and hidden all the sperms. Remember that?
No,
you don't remember that? The official Obama portrait.
No,
you never saw that?
No,
you got to look that up. The one where he's sitting in front of all the greenery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the artist hid in a bunch of like sperms, like all throughout the picture.
Was there a hidden meaning to that?
I think Obama's covered in sperm. I think was the hidden meaning.
Oh.
Not so hidden.
Is it the one where it looks like leaves, but if you look closer?
Yeah, that's the one. I can't believe you didn't know. You didn't see that?
No. Oh, we got to get.
I thought it was a matter of public record.
Well, it's something to look up.
Well, Google is now searched on this computer with Obama sperm picture.
Can we talk about the Epstein files or the lack thereof?
Yeah, what is up with that? Is that is that a real release from the FBI yet? Because I'm taking it with a grain of salt because it's from Axios.
Okay, so we were debating the same thing. Is it possible that this is just a bunch of BS, but they would have clarified it by now if it was not a real release?
The official memo, though, didn't have anybody's to who it was. There was no reference number. There was no date. It was missing a lot of key features that you would see in an official memo.
And I don't know. It seems bizarre to me that all of a sudden, and we should mention what the story is. Story came out last night that supposedly Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, the Trump administration, saying there is no Epstein client list, that Epstein actually did commit suicide, and that they'd released 11 hours of tape of Jeffrey Epstein's cell during the time that he supposedly committed suicide. And so now the question is, okay, so are they just suddenly saying, well, this whole thing has been a ruse all these years, or we just couldn't find anything?
Also, no client list as Ghislaine Maxwell sits in jail, so she trafficked kids to no clients.
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense.
The other part was Pam Bondi said that the client list was sitting on her desk. She was going through it. Thousands of hours of footage. They had a trove of files from the SDNY. So
I smell a rat. I'm just not buying this. This whole thing looks sus.
Yeah,
She slipped
very
and fell,
sus.
and the papers just magically fell into the fireplace.
Yep.
So I don't think, and here's the deal. Nobody's buying this.
No.
Like, nobody's buying this. I know that we talked about it earlier, but, Super Text line blew up when we talked about it because nobody's believing it. I mean,
how could you? How could you?
I don't know. You just can't. All right, it is, what's coming up next?
Okay, so today on the show, we got Dr. Susanna Underwood. She's going to be joining us at 10:05. We're going to talk about the RFK Tucker Carlson podcast. We're going to talk about the autism rates and the vaccine studies that have been coming out. At 11 o'clock, I got Bo Diddle and Gabe coming in. They spent the 4th of July in D.C. covering those protests, and they also spent the end of Pride Month in San Francisco, and they were officially chased out by a mob of transgenders.
Well, isn't this thing in New York, didn't they get that from the San Francisco?
I think they may have. I think they may have, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Moving right along, Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, coming up here, an update from Camp Mystic where dozens of children died in that flooding. And also a former Tennessee Vols football player plans to turn himself into police this week. We'll tell you why. Those stories and more coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:56, change is always happening. It is a part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, and bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that is actually going to stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. That's right. Now, that means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Again, over 5 years. If you're surprised, well, of course, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
How would you like to have Jesus Christ pray for you? Did you know that Jesus Christ does pray for you if you're a Christian? Hebrews 7:25 says, "Therefore he is able also to save forever those who draw near to God through him, since he always lives to make intercession for them." In Scripture, intercession means to pray on behalf of. Jesus Christ is your advocate. An advocate comes to our aid or pleads our case to a judge, offering support and counsel and interceding for us when necessary. In other verses, Jesus calls the Holy Spirit our advocate. Just like you talk to yourself, when Jesus talks to himself, it's prayer. The Bible says no matter what you go through today, next week, or next year, Jesus is praying for you if you have trusted him as your Savior. He's on your side.